Ambassador Claudia Mejia from Guatemala, from the OAS. We have the honor of having your presence in this room of the Council to open this seminar. Brigadier General of the Mexican Army, Eduardo Villegas Velázquez, Vice Chair of the Council of Delegates of the Inter-American Defense Board, on behalf of whom I salute all the leadership of the IADB. Ladies and gentlemen that are part of our noble assistance, comprised of more than 12,500 people registered, representing more than 50 countries throughout the 5 continents of the planet. That watch us virtually through the YouTube channels. All of you receive our cordial greetings and appreciation for having time to accompany us from the different coordinates and hours of your country. It's a special recognition to the speakers of this seminar and that will deliver their experiences and learnings about the important topic of human rights and international humanitarian law. I'm Colonel Juan Majona Leitão de Carpírio of the Army of Brazil, head of the section of Gender Integration, Human Rights, and International Humanitarian Law of the IADB. And I address you all directly from the Council of Delegates room of the IADB in the historical Casa del Soldado in Washington, D.C., to give an homage to the human rights celebrated on December 10th. We're starting with our traditional seminar on human rights and international humanitarian law, whose topic is the insertion of human rights and international law, humanitarian, in the culture of the armed forces. Preparing the troops for their application in military operations.
Senhoras e senhores, bom dia. É com satisfação.
Good morning. With great satisfaction, I address the more than 10,000 persons registered representing more than 50 countries. Welcome to our seminar, and a joint initiative of the IADB and its member states in celebration to the Day of Human Rights, celebrated yesterday, December 10th. In the next hours, we will have the opportunity to accompany the different presentations that will give reflections and learnings that are very valuable, highlighting the experiences of different nations in the hemisphere about the role of the armed forces in the promotion of human rights and international humanitarian law. It will be enriched by the perspective of leaders from the army and academia and experts in human rights that will talk about these conflicts in the preparation and the training of the military, all with the purpose to prepare the troops for the conduction of operations in conformity with international law. This encounter is an opportunity to debate and share experiences and to get to know good practices and identify concrete actions that can be implemented by the armed forces. In this way, we strengthen the environment of appraisal of principles reflecting on the precepts of our society in the operations carried out. And in this way, the IADB reaffirms its commitment to promote a productive dialogue that will inspire our nations to reach elevated levels of excellence in the preparation of its military. This event then will strengthen the network of collaboration and will profound more the importance of integrating human rights and international humanitarian law in the military culture in an in order to advance together in the construction of a safer and more peaceful hemisphere. And finally, we express our gratitude to the organizers and speakers that gave their time and the expertise to share the enriching knowledge. And our thanks also to each one of you that are here in this event with a dedication to the topic, and you strengthen our collective efforts. We wish you all a very productive event and full of learnings. Thank you very much. From this moment, I will leave you with Colonel of the Brazilian Army, Marcos de Souza, in representation of Brazil in the Inter-American Defense Board, who will be the moderator of this seminar. My friend Colonel, thank you once again for your availability and for your unconditional support to the IADB. You have the floor. Thank you very much for the invitation, Colonel. Thank you very much, and good morning, Claudia Escobar Mejio, Ambassador of Guatemala to the OAS, Brigadier General Velázquez, Vice Chair of the Council of Delegates, members of the leadership, and other servers of the IADB, the speakers and public and friends of the press. It is a great pleasure to share with you this moment and talking about this streamlining topic and to get to know the international humanitarian law and human rights. And this is very important for all the citizens of the world, and especially for the military people that are members of the armed forces and the security of the different countries. This topic is even more special this week, in which the world celebrates the Day of Human Rights. Remembering that on December 10th, 1948, when the General Assembly of the United Nations declared the Universal Day of Human Rights, that inspired so many struggles or a greater protection to human rights and contributed to its greater recognition. In this way, in this climate of celebration, we have the honor of inviting the Ambassador Claudia Mejia, permanent representative of Guatemala, to the OAS, that will give the opening remarks for this seminar. Here, face to face in the historical and iconic Casa del Soldado, the house of the IADB in Washington, D.C. Ambassador Claudia Escobar Mejia, permanent representative of Guatemala to the OAS, is a renowned attorney and defender of judicial independence and the fight against corruption. She is from the Barcelona University and has a degree by the University Francisco Marroquín of Guatemala, and but she has a bachelorship in political science at the Louisiana State University. She was the first Central American that was admitted in the Red Flex Institute of Advanced Studies of the Harvard University, and has acted as a professor in different universities of her country and the United States of America. She is the founder of the Richard Organization and participates in several international organizations. Her international awards is Democracy of the National Endowment for Democracy and designation by Harvard School Association of Women that inspired change. Ambassador Escobar Mejia, good morning to you. The audience is yours. Thank you very much. And good morning to all those that are present and that accompany us virtually. It is an honor for me to open this virtual seminar on the insertion of human rights and international humanitarian law in the armed forces. I thank the IADB, especially to the General Director, Lieutenant General Flavio Livella, and the the chair and the vice chair of the Council of Delegates, Marco Alvarez and Eduardo Villegas, for the organization of this valuable educational seminar. I am honored to give the most cordial welcome to this seminar on human rights and international humanitarian law of the IADB. As permanent representative of Guatemala, I will share some of the progresses and challenges in human rights in my country and the efforts that have been carried out by the Army to integrate this standard in their operations, daily operations. As some of you know, Guatemala had a prolonged armed conflict internally that lasted more than 30 years, the second half of the 20th century. This concluded with the signing of the peace accords on December 29, 1996, marking the end of the Civil War. These agreements were built over Esquipulas I and Esquipulas II, the initiatives that promoted and negotiated solutions to the armed conflicts in all the Central American region. As you can remember, Nicaragua and El Salvador were also going through periods of internal conflicts. The peace accords in Guatemala not only ended the conflict, but also established the ground roots for a firm and lasting peace that deserve to be celebrated and remembered because of the promotion of human rights and peace that are essential for the well-being of the people and humanity. This next December 29, we will commemorate the 28th anniversary of this historical signature in Guatemala. To this date, my country was distinguished by its recognition to the principles of equality and no discrimination that are fundamental for human rights and essential for the strengthening of our democratic system. As a nation, we have reiterated our unconditional commitment with the strengthening both of the universal human rights system as well as the inter-American system. This commitment is reflected in our decision and adhesion to all important agreements on human rights. And besides, we value profoundly the work and of the organizations of these systems that are dedicated to the defense and protection of human rights of all people with no exception. Through the work of the Presidential Commission for Peace and Human Rights, OPADE, Guatemala complies with the commitments undertaken, strengthening in this way the institutionality in matters of human rights and being able to have a streamlining focus on many topics that are priority for the country. I would like to highlight that this year, for the first time in 7 years, the country invited the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights to visit to verify the compliance with these accords and the commitment of the government of President Arevalo with human rights. In line with the commitments of Guatemala to human rights, I want to highlight the progress carried out by our armed forces in the protection and strengthening of human rights and international humanitarian law. First of all, the General Directorate of Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law was established on June 20, 2003. This dependence of the Ministry of Defense studies, analyzes, and qualifies the actions according to the laws and regulations on human rights. Its objective is to observe fundamental rights, improving in this way the quality of life and the dignity of the members of the Army in Guatemala. In the world, there is the Southern Command for Education, which is the maximum leader that supervises all the educational establishments for military, including courses on human rights, the rights of women, the rights of the indigenous people, and international humanitarian law, encompassing all the educational levels and in conformance with international standards on human rights. On March 29, 2022, it created the Policy of Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law in the Army of Guatemala. Some of the axes of this policy is the creation of the negotiation of human rights in all the military units in the Army of Guatemala, the creation of the School on Human Rights and the International Humanitarian Law of the Army of Guatemala. And we work in the development of the protocol for the prevention of labor and sexual harassment. There is a continuous education that the Southern Command of the Army has also developed and approved 6 curriculums for courses on human rights and international humanitarian law that are carried out at all the levels of the School of Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law. There is international cooperation that is constant, and we just signed an MO with the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Dominican Republic to start a scientific school on human rights and humanitarian law, starting with basic course that lasted 8 months. There is a specialized training that we have courses and workshops in education and training in human rights, and courses for the trainers and humanitarian principles, collaborating with international organizations like the International Red Cross that certified 18 of our members in human rights. And we also have a course on the prohibition of torture and cruel acts, and implemented policies like the policy of the military woman. These actions show an effort that is continuous and systematic by the Army of Guatemala to integrate human rights and the international humanitarian law in its practices and policies, reflecting a serious commitment with the promotion of fundamental rights within the military institution. At the multilateral level, Guatemala, as a signer of the Charter of the United Nations and the OAS, keeps a constant commitment with the defense of fundamental rights of each person. In line with the political constitution of Guatemala, as a sovereign nation and democratic nation, recognizes the preeminence of international laws in human rights, and we comply diligently with our obligations that are international, presenting periodical reports and keeping an active participation in all the different mechanisms of the universal system and the inter-American system. These efforts guarantee an additional protection and a complementary one to the internal resources against violations to human rights. It is fundamental to remember that Guatemala participated with conviction in the Charter of the OAS and the American Convention on Human Rights, undertaking firm agreements both at the national and international levels. These commitments are complied on a daily basis to strengthen our democracy, a democracy where the sovereign people build the basis of a prosperous and peaceful future with a full guarantee for the human rights of each citizen. And besides, we also value enormously the participation of the civil society organizations and other social stakeholders in these multilateral spaces. Their contribution is essential for the strengthening of our democracy and the general development and the protection of human rights. This is why we consider that it is crucial to continue promoting dialogue to facilitate exchanges of relevant information and joint actions to propitiate the development of all our society. From my personal experience as a judicial server, as a judge and magistrate of my country for 10 years, I have understood the importance of the trust of people in our institutions. This trust is essential to avoid problems and assure stability. One of the greatest challenges is to strengthen significantly our judicial institutions to guarantee that the courts are truly unbiased and independent. It is also crucial for the public ministry that is responsible for the penal actions to exercise its duties with total objectivity. These are fundamental pillars for a justice system where the citizens can trust fully, ensuring in this way the respect to human rights and the strengthening of our democratic tissue. Before concluding, I want to thank you for your attention and participation, and I congratulate the Inter-American Defense Board for organizing this crucial space for the strengthening of our armed forces in human rights. And I wish you a very enriching seminar, and I hope that you will take the maximum use and have a nice day and a successful seminar. Thank you.
Senhora Embaixadora Cláudia Mejia,
Ambassador Claudia Mejia,
Americana de Defesa.
On behalf of the IADB and the public that accompanies us, both in person and virtually, we want to thank you for the opening words of this important event that makes us reflect on the importance of recognizing and respecting the principles and the standards of human rights for a better life and living together in the country. Thank you very much. And to materialize the presence of the lady in Casa del Soldado and her participation in the seminar of this morning, we invite Brigadier Colonel Velasquez of the IADB to award her a diploma. We thank you for your presence, both virtually and face-in-face, and an applause for our ambassador.
Nesse momento, também convidamos
At this moment, we also invite the organizers of this event to take a picture with the ambassador to record her presence in this activity.
Embaixadora, muito obrigado por sua presença.
Ambassador, thank you very much for your presence in this event. Going forward with our activities, it is a great happiness for this seminar to know that we're accompanied by more than 12,800 participants from 50 countries in our 4 YouTube channels. We send you all a fraternal and cordial welcoming to all. Don't forget to give a like and your comments to help us amplify the dissemination of this seminar and to reach more people that are interested in this topic. To continue, we present the structure for our seminar of today. After having heard the opening remarks by Ambassador Claudia Escobar Mejia, we are going to follow with 4 first presentations. In sequence, we will have a 10-minute interval at 11 and 10 minutes, and coming back for the 3 last presentations and the final words by Ambassador Bonomi Belli. And the president of the IADB will give the final remarks, and we will finish at 1 o'clock. And I hope that all the schedules are synchronized. During the presentations, you can send your questions through the chats that have been habilitated in the YouTube channels in the language of your preference. The conference members will answer the questions at the end of each presentation. Dear public, we inform you that the data presented and the information, opinions, and commentaries issued or expressed by all the conference members and speakers reflect their own opinions, and they are from their own responsibility and do not express necessarily the opinion of the IADB. In a seminar that talks about international humanitarian law, nothing more coherent than to start our event listening to the expertise of the International Committee of the Red Cross, the global reference in the area. So we welcome Daniel Calderon, and we invite him to share his valuable experience, enriching this joint effort for
Santiago Daniel Calderon Rodrigues Foi
Mr.
diretor-geral
Santiago
da
Daniel
Força
Calderon
Pública
Rodriguez
e
was the General
vice-ministro da
Director of
Segurança
Public
Pública de Costa
Forces
Rica.
and Vice
Em sua
Minister
carreira de
of Public
27
Security of
anos
Costa
como
Rica.
oficial da
He has
Força
a
Pública
career
da
of
Costa
27
Rica,
years as an
ocupou
officer of
diferentes
the
cargos
public
de comando
security
em
in Costa
unidades
Rica, and he
regulares
was
e
in different
especializadas.
positions in
Atualmente,
regular and
atua como
specialized
delegado
units.
para as Forças
Currently, he is
Armadas
the
e de
delegate
Segurança
for the
da
armed
Delegação
forces
Regional para o
and
México e
security
América
in the
Central
regional
do
delegation for
Comitê
Mexico and
Internacional da
Central
Legião
America
Médica.
of the International Committee
É
of the
oficial
Red Cross.
formado em Ciências Policiais pela
He
Academia
is
de
an
Ciências
officer. He
Policiais
has a
dos
degree
Carabineiros
of
do Chile
judicial
e
sciences
mestre em
in
Gerenciamento
Chile,
de Projetos pela
and he has a
Universidade
master
Latino-Americana de
in
Ciência e
project
Tecnologia.
management
Estudou em
by the
academias
Latin
militares
American
e
University of
policiais em
Science and
Chile,
Technology. He also
Colômbia,
studied in
Espanha
military
e Estados
academies
Unidos.
and police academies in Chile, Colombia,
Foi
Spain,
instrutor
and
em
United
Direitos
States.
Humanos,
He was an
Direito
instructor
Internacional
on
Humanitário e
human
uso da
rights in
força em
humanitarian
operações
international
militares e
law and the
policiais
use of
no
force in
Instituto de
military and
Cooperação e
police
Segurança
operations
Hemisférica do INSEC
in the Institute of
e foi
Cooperation
professor
and
universitário
Hemispheric Security,
especialista nas
WINSEC,
carreiras de
and he was
ciências
also a
policiais e
university
criminologia
professor and
na
specialist in the
Universidade
careers
Estadual
of
de
police
Estado
sciences and
da Costa Rica.
criminology in the State
Senhor
University
Daniel Calderon, buenos
of Costa
días.
Rica.
La audiencia es suya.
Daniel Calderon, good morning. The floor is yours.
Buenos días, gusto acompañarlos. Gracias por la presentación.
Thank you for the
Y
presentation.
pues,
Good
un gusto
morning.
también compartir con ustedes,
I'm
señores
glad to be here
doctores,
with you.
la experiencia y la
Glad
propuesta
to share
del
with you
Comité
this
Internacional
proposal
del
of the
Ecuador.
International Committee of the Red Cross.
Me confirma si puedo observar ya la
Please
presentación.
confirm if you can
Sí,
observe
su
the
presentación está
presentation.
lista. Está todo
Yes,
listo.
your presentation is ready.
Bueno, quisiera empezar con
I would like to start
una breve reflexión
with this
eh,
brief
a partir
reflection, brief
de esta
thought
frase de Claude Barrois,
based on this
del psicoanálisis del
phrase,
guerrero,
quote from Claude Barrois,
sobre lo que significa ser guerrero
about what
y
it means to
algunos
be a
elementos que
warrior
están
and
en la
some
esencia
elements that
de los
are
combatientes,
at the core of a
particularmente lo
warrior,
que debe ser el respeto por
and
las leyes del
particularly
mundo de
the
la guerra, por el
respect
derecho
on the
internacional
laws and the
humanitario, por el
humanitarian
derecho
international
internacional
law
de los derechos humanos. Esto es muy importante para efectos
and
de
human rights.
lo
And
que
so
vamos
this
a
is very
desarrollar
important
a
because of
continuación.
what we're going to
Esperaría al
see
final de esta presentación
in this
arrancar ya con algunas
presentation. And
reflexiones
also, I would like
y
to leave you with some
elementos que les
thoughts and
permitan
reflections that
mejorar
will
las
allow you
distintas
to improve
estrategias,
your
metodologías que se está
strategies and
utilizando
methodologies that are being
en las Fuerzas
used
Armadas y Fuerzas de
in the armed
Seguridad
forces and in
en
the
el
security
hemisferio.
forces
A
in the
partir
hemisphere
del estudio que ha dedicado
based
el Comité
on
Internacional
the
de la Cruz Roja por
study
muchísimos años
that the International Committee of the
a
Red
los
Cross has
factores
made for many years in order to
que
look
permitan
for
hacer más
better
efectivas las
elements
estrategias y
to
los
allow
procedimientos.
the strategies to be
Eh,
more
de la base
efficient.
pues, de que
So
las
we're
Fuerzas
going to
Armadas y
be
de
based
Seguridad
on
tienen
the
poder
fact that
de
the
usar la
armed
fuerza
forces and
en
the security
distintas
forces have the
situaciones.
power
Estamos
of
hablando de
using force in
situaciones
different
que van
situations.
desde
So we're talking about situations since armed conflicts, from armed conflicts, and
situaciones de
other
violencia,
situations as
situaciones
named
que
by
no
the
tengan
International Committee of the Red Cross. So,
pero
not armed
que
conflict,
a
it's
veces son
not
parte de la
directly an armed
realidad
conflict,
que
but
se vive
it's part of the
en el hemisferio
reality that is
constantemente.
being lived
Y constantemente también estamos viendo que
in the
se presentan
hemisphere. And also,
violencia
what we're looking
involucrada
at
en la
is
utilización
these
de fuerza,
violence situations that have
más bien
forced
los
people
estados de
to,
conflicto
or have
están
forced
utilizando
the
su fuerza
states to use their
para
armed
hacer
forces
en
for
estas
security
situaciones
tasks
de
in
violencia.
these situations of
Por
violence.
supuesto que eso nos ha hecho
Of
entonces
course,
como Comité Internacional
this,
de la Cruz Roja
as,
trabajar
as
en
a,
un
an
framework
international committee of the
de
Red
marcos
Cross,
jurídicos
we need to work on these two legal frameworks, international humanitarian
derechos
law
humanos,
and
que
human
son al
rights,
final los
which are basically
reglas que le ponen límite
the
a ese
rules that
uso
set
que se
boundaries on the
está
use of the
entregando
force, the force that is
y pues
being
los desarrollaron
given
y que
to
por
the armed
supuesto conlleva
forces
una
and
enorme
to the security
responsabilidad
forces. Of course,
al
this
tratar
implies a
de
big
cumplir
responsibility
esa misión de
in order to
garantizar el orden,
comply
la
this
seguridad y
mission to
ordenamiento
guarantee security, to guarantee
hemisferio, pero
peace in
haciéndolo
the
pues dentro de
hemisphere. So then it has to be done within this framework of respect to the norms
de seguridad.
by the armed forces and the
Vamos a hablar
security
un poquito
forces.
durante
So we're
este
going to
minuto
talk a
2
little bit
de la propuesta del
about the
CICR, el
proposal
proceso de
of the
integración
CICR,
y
which is
cómo se
called the
estructura
process of
al
integration,
establecimiento
and how we arrived to the perfection or the establishing of this proposal of integration. So this process of integration, more than transforming the judicial norms, is the process of transforming the judicial norms in concrete measures in order to prevent violations to the humanitarian law or human rights. The only way to achieve this effectively is by making the law a basic part of when you conduct an operation. It is an essential part when conducting an operation. So the basis of this whole proposal are a series of studies that the International Committee of the Red Cross has more than 160 years. And in those years, they have destined their resources for study, for research. So we're going to talk a little bit about this study, which is the origin of the restrictions of the war. It was published in 2004, and it was basically oriented by two questions. What are the factors that affect the behavior of soldiers during the war? Also, the groups that are not part of the state. What factors affect their behavior, and are these factors being considered adequately to establish the approach strategy, the work strategy with the armed forces and with armed groups? Because we need to think about how to make this prevention proposal be more effective in order to avoid the risk of violations to human rights or to international humanitarian law. So one of the big questions is, do we have enough knowledge about the law? And what other factors are contributing to this behavior of the soldiers at war? So this is a very essential part of this proposal. It is not enough to just have knowledge on the law. We have to move forward with a more wholesome, more comprehensive proposal. So in that sense, it is important to consider what are some of the most important elements in this study. So one element that had to be mentioned before this is that the study was focused on those aspects that are psychosocial, that have to do with the behavior of the soldiers or the people combating in combat. So these factors are orienting this proposal. So the behavior of the fighters or soldiers are determined by conformity, hierarchy, and also moral disconnection. So what do we have to say about conformity? So this has to be the dilution of responsibility in the group, in the unit, in the combat unit. And also the transfer of responsibility to the chain of command. This is why constantly during our proposal, during our work with the armed forces, we're emphasizing especially in this aspect of responsibility that each of the components of the command line has. So the different, according to the structure and the hierarchical organization of the forces, it depends, but we need to make a big effort because this is one of the elements that are essential if you want to work on this aspect of prevention and reduction of risk. The other element that I was mentioning was the moral disconnection, the knowledge, the attitudes, and behavior. In the end, we have to agree that there is basically a universal agreement as far as basic norms, which are the basis for the laws during war and norms during war. So why aren't they complied with? Because there are still violations to these. Why are there still violations to these norms? Because the knowledge of the law is not enough. And there's a series of factors surrounding the situations of conflict. So surrounding also the risk situations, the security operations, and this can also make the fighters or the soldiers to incur in these violations. And so if you don't take care of them adequately, this is going to continue to happen. So the proposal of CICR is to work under this integration vision in 4 elements: in the doctrine, in education, in training, and also in the sanctions. Considering that even though we have this comprehensive work plan, there's elements that can motivate these things to happen. So there needs to be a proper investigation process and transparency and accountability. This proposal and the study that we were talking about briefly some moments ago are published. You can find them through the webpage of the CICR. And we hope that all of this knowledge that has been generated based on all of these years and all this investment that has been made for this, they are available for the hemisphere and they're available for the world. This is part of what we do constantly in our work and in our relationship with the armed forces and security forces. So we're going to review each of these components briefly. So for each of these components, in the documents that I already shared, there's a proposal of how to put it into practice, how to integrate the international humanitarian law and also the international human rights, how to integrate them. So this is included in the doctrine. The doctrine is basically the set of guidelines, policies, rules, codes of conduct, and manuals that are basically part of the force, and they become a basic element. Why? Because when acting permanently, when the security forces are acting permanently, they need to be guided by this doctrine. And one of the aspects that we have found in the activities in the of training that we do is that in many cases, what the officers are expressing from the armed forces and the security forces is that what you see in the class is not always aligned to what the policies say, to what the rules and norms and codes of conduct say. Also to the operation orders, which are basically the elements based on which the operations are carried out. So one very important element that we work with is how to integrate within the doctrine, how to integrate all of this legal framework, international legal framework. Education, as I was saying, it is not enough to know about law. That is the first premise with which you need to approach this topic of integration into the education. So knowledge is not the same necessarily to an adequate behavior in the battlefield. And we've seen cases of violations to humanitarian international law, and also there's violations to the international human rights in the best teams, in the best armed forces, in the ones that are better trained. So this is not necessarily a guarantee for success, and this is why we have to work on the 4 components. So how can we work on integration in education and in training? This needs to be a process. There needs to be a vision of process in order to integrate this strategically with a good methodology. But some of the key elements that I'm going to leave here is that first, the training needs to be, we need to prioritize during the training those scenarios that put the members of the armed forces in situations that are as close as to reality as possible. So there needs to be high intensity training, training that needs to test their level of skills in order to have them make decisions based on the international and standards and norms. So a good practice in that sense that we've been trying to implement and promote in this community, in the region. So, well, together with the armed forces, we're doing different types of scenarios. One's for the humanitarian international law, or thinking about all these scenarios that have to do with international humanitarian law, and some operations that are also based on human rights. So this was put in practice some months ago in Guatemala. This is a training that we gave over there in the new School of Human Rights of the Armed Forces of Guatemala. So this is some good practices that we have been promoting so that the security forces and armed forces can incorporate the norms of humanitarian international law and also human rights in order to integrate them on their training, so that all of the different elements are also trained in these decision-making situations based on the international standards. Another very important key component when developing these operations is the equipment. The equipment needs to be adapted to these international standards. The equipment needs to be reviewed, the equipment that is going to be taken to all the operations. So then this needs to be based also under the legal framework based on which we're going to do this operation. So clearly, it needs to happen within this humanitarian law framework. So it is not the same to do a military operation under these standards of human rights. And also it is different to do some war operations. So it is definitely a weapon might be prohibited by international humanitarian law under specific circumstances and also in situations of reality. So the equipment is not just about reviewing it and adapting it to the legal framework, but also we have to consider during this integration process within the doctrine, within the education, we have to integrate them and also review this so that everything is as aligned as possible. Then the fourth element are sanctions. Sanctions are the means offered in order to apply orders and maintain discipline within the forces. A very disciplinary regime is one of the most solid guarantees that we have facing the occurrence of situation of violations to the law. So it has a function of prevention, but it also has a function that guarantees us that the measures that may be taken whenever a situation has occurred, then we can establish sanctions that have this function in order to dissuade the rest of the members of the force from committing this. And this is also part of our functions as public officers, to have this transparency and accountability. So as a force, we have to make sure that all of the internal measures are being taken to avoid this from happening. So then the sanctions and the necessary measures need to be taken with the people responsible administratively and penally as well. Then finally, I have a few minutes to talk about the last studies that the CICR has made. This was completed in 2016, and this complements what we already saw about the behavior of the soldiers during the war. So there's new trends in conflicts and in other violent situations, which is what we see most often in the hemisphere. So a reality that we've seen in these new trends is that there's a proliferation of armed groups that are responding to the traditional structures that we know. There's not necessarily a structure. So there's other types of elements that are marking these trends of conflicts, and they were contemplated in this study. So this was armed groups, non-state armed groups participated also, and we contemplated initiatives of self-protection for the communities. And so this leaves us with this reflection, this last study. So all of this documentation, you can find it and you can examine it in detail in the publications of the Red Cross. So what is the approach of integration? the future approach of integration. So we have these 4 elements in the center. But this type of study tries to go deep on other types of factors that surround this approach and that have an influence on the behavior of the fighters or the members of the armed forces and security forces, because they might have an influence, and it depends on the scenario, depends on the context. Each of these elements may have a bigger or a lesser influence on the forces. So a future approach of integration has to contemplate each of these elements in order to provide an adequate weight to this integration approach. Then finally, the Geneva Protocols, all of the international instruments that we know about international law and human rights, it seems that there is a universal agreement that everybody needs to respect. But what are the key elements in order to make this become a reality, and that in the world there's no violations to these agreements, these universal agreements? So one of the key elements are here, and these are part of this research efforts that the ICRC does. So the final reflection that I leave to you is that in each of the proposals that we're going to look at now, and the ones that we are working on continuously for each of the armed forces and security forces of the hemisphere. So the question is, how can I, based on this study, that based on this research, based on this scientific approach, how can I take all of this knowledge and integrate it so that my proposal is more effective? I have to always think about this, how to make my proposal and my strategies, my initiatives is developed within this integration process, which will allow me to improve the effectiveness of the entire proposal that I am presenting or that I am working on. Otherwise there's going to be a risk that we can have all of these strategies and lessons learned, but are really not reaching their objectives, which is to avoid violations to the international humanitarian law and to the international human rights. So thank you for your time. I think I went over a couple of minutes, but I hope that this was valuable to you. Mr. Daniel Calderon, thank you for sharing your experience.
Hemos llegado al periodo de preguntas y
We
respuestas.
have come to the questions and answers section. We want to thank our kind audience for sending them. Due to the time available, we're only going to present a couple of questions for our presenter, so he can respond to them in a couple of minutes. It's a very short time. So based on your opinion and in the experience of the Red Cross, how can the presence of women in the military can contribute to the incorporation of human rights and international humanitarian law in the trainings and during the military operations? And how can the incorporation of these trainings in real scenarios can help the armed forces in order to help them make legal decisions in high pressure situations during the operations? I can say that based on our experience, we're looking at a more transcendental role of the women in high-level positions, in decision-making positions, and in key positions for these topics, such as guiding the units, the human rights units and humanitarian law units within the forces. So this is the case of Guatemala. They have a colonel, which is a woman, and she's in charge of the human rights school. So yes, they have a very important contribution to this, and Of course, we are looking at this more often, that they are taking part of key positions in the forces. And this is a very key aspect that we are promoting very strongly. Unfortunately, we see that there are important challenges in this sense, because the idea is that every time that we develop trainings and exercises, practical exercises, for example, these big military exercises that are being done based on scenarios, we would like to see more integration of these international standards when taking decisions, when making decisions that are also always thinking about this chain of command, and they make them make decisions based on humanitarian law. So it is very often when we look at exercises, some big exercises in the region, but these international standards are not always integrated in decision making, and this is we need to integrate this good practice within this integration method that we support, and we're always available to support them whenever they request it.
Muchas gracias por sus respuestas.
Thank you for your
Caro senhor Daniel
response.
Calderon, em nome da Junta Interamericana de Defesa.
Daniel Calderon, in the name of the IADB, I would like to express our deep thanks for your time dedicated for sharing your valuable knowledge, your reflections on the good practices and lessons learned by the ICRC, especially in the preparation of troops in order to act in conformity with the humanitarian law. This is very valuable to us. Your contributions for the benefit of the population and the people who are not participating in combat is going to enrich the development of our functions. Thank you very much for your generosity and professionalism. Thank you.
Dando prosseguimento ao nosso seminário, daremos início à participação de representantes de alguns
Moving
dos
forward
estados
with our
membros
seminar,
da
we're
Junta
going to
Interamericana
start
de
with
Defesa, que nos
one of
brindarão
our
com as
representatives from the
experiências de suas
IADB,
Forças Armadas
and they are going
no
to
esforço de
offer their
difundir
experiences
as
with their armed
normas e
forces,
princípios de
their
direitos
efforts
humanos
of
e do direito
divulging the
internacional
principles
humanitário
of
na cultura
human
militar dos
rights
seus
and
países.
international
Nesse intuito,
humanitarian law
temos a
in the
honra
military
de
culture of their
convidar e dar as
countries.
boas-vindas
We have
ao
the
Tenente
honor
Coronel
of
Souza
inviting
Alves, do Exército Brasileiro.
Lieutenant Colonel
O Tenente
Sousa
Coronel Rodrigo Eduardo de Souza
from
Alves
the
é
Brazilian
mestre em
Army.
Direito Econômico e
Lieutenant
Desenvolvimento,
Colonel Sousa
bacharel em
Alves
Ciências
has a
Militares
master
e em
in
Direito e
economic law
pós-graduação em Direito Militar,
and a degree in
em
military
Direito da
sciences
Administração Pública e
and
em Operações
also
Militares.
military rights
Especialista em Direito
and
Internacional
also
dos Conflitos
law
Armados,
of public
realizou
administration and
diversos
military
cursos e
operations. He's a
ministrou palestras
specialist in
nessa área.
international law,
É
in
autor do
armed
livro
conflicts,
Compliance
and he
no
has
Exército
also
Brasileiro,
done many
operando
conferences
com
on the
corporações
topic.
limites. Possui
He
todo o curso
was
de
operating
operações na selva e
in
paraquedista
the
militar.
Brazilian Army, and he
Atuou
has
como comandante de pelotão de fuzileiros
has
de
done
força de
courses of
paz no
operations in the
contingente
jungle,
brasileiro para a estabilização
and
do
also he
Haiti.
was a commander of the platoon of
Atualmente,
infantry
atua
for
como
the Marine
membro
of the
da
Peace
assessoria de
Force
apoio para
in the
assuntos
8th
jurídicos
Brazilian
e
contingent.
professor de
And right now
direito
he is an
militar da
advisor
Academia Militar das
supporting on legal
Aposentadorias do
matters,
Exército
and he's a
Brasileiro.
professor on law
Tenente
and
Coronel Souza
military law
Alves,
in Oman.
está com você.
So Lieutenant Colonel Sousa Alves, good morning. The floor is yours.
Good morning.
Bom dia, Souza Alves.
Good morning. Mr. Alves, good morning.
Positivo, te
Can you
escutamos
hear me?
perfeitamente.
Yes, we can
Colocar
hear you
sua
well.
apresentação. Perfeito.
You can place your presentation.
Ela se encontra no modo
Can you
de
see my
tópicos.
presentation?
Agora sim, temos a apresentação
Yes.
no modo slide. Obrigado.
Now we have it in presentation mode. Good morning. It is an honor to participate in this seminar. I thank the organizers and the illustrious attendants. The topic is the teaching and of humanitarian international law in the Army of Brazil. conflict is a little bit more appropriate because it doesn't need any recognition from the state for a practical purpose. For this, I'm going to talk about the topic in 8 topics. Initially, which is the DICAP, DIH, from our humanitarian international law for armed conflicts, that are the standards, the international standards of a humanitarian type that limit the means of combat and to protect people that do not participate in the hostilities anymore. And why should we get to know DICA? Well, in the world, we have international law from the human rights that reflects human rights in our internal law by the fundamental rights of the federal constitution. The Inter-American Court of Human Rights, that is a court that judges in 2010, determined that the armed forces of Brazil should train their staff in human rights. And for this, we inserted women in the line of women in 2017, and we have a greater respect for women in the line of the front of combat. And the army also instituted in 2015, perfecting its program in international humanitarian law, a program of professional ethics in which it approaches the human rights topic and also international humanitarian law. It is obligatory at all the levels of the hierarchy, and it also approaches in a permanent and obligatory manner the international uh, law in conflicts, armed conflicts. What do we teach? Well, uh, 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 every officer has in its program 8 hours minimum of international humanitarian law added to 12 hours in human rights relative to the legislation on this topic. The judicial advisory is before, during, and after all operations to guide the best practices and to reach both human rights as well as international humanitarian law. What do we teach at the troop level? Our soldiers, well, it obeys the instruction individual basic course that has 9 specific objectives that deal with international humanitarian law, with a total program of 13 hours for international humanitarian law. And also, we add to this the human rights part on the topic of diverse knowledge of this same program. So, what are the standards that we teach on the DIH? Well, basically, it's the Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols. And also, we use the jurisprudence of the Inter-American Court on Human Rights. Now, we also, all the officers go through this level where we deal with war and the different policies on society and humanity. This praise is attributed to Eduardo Genete Fonseca of the Academy of the University of Sao Paulo. And with tactics, you conquer the battle, and with strategies, you conquer in the theater of operations, and with policies, you conquer the war. And this is given to the cadet because we subordinate to the civil power. And we have to be online in the tactical, operational, and strategic way with a focus on the political objectives because the war is an armed policy. In this table, in this board of the conflict war, the ones that moves the pieces are the civilian powers, and we are the ones that combat, the peons, the armed forces, and the king and the queen of this board are the civilians, the non-combatants. They are the most important pieces in this board. As a doctrine, we have the convergence operations that you use the spatial, cyber, and electromagnetic air, land, and sea domains, joining all the capacities of the people, materials, and also timeliness, and also uh, dimensions like physical, informal, and human to produce capacities. And we have the judicialization of combat, that is the addition of the juridical part with the informational war. The cadet has access to this phrase that the first victim of war is truth, that disinformation is very old. The use of disinformation, that is Esquiles in century 6 before Christ already said this. This image communicates. We analyze a situation by a different perspective because not everything that you seem to be is what it is in this complex armed conflict. Some topics for discussion. We work in the principles of DIH with real cases dealing with humanity distinction, limitation, and proportionality, and the military need. And besides, today we have great information. For instance, in this picture, it shows the conflict between Israel and Hamas, where we have a tank of Israel and a child, a Palestine child. In just one click, it's much more than that. For instance, we have the dilemma of David and Goliath that has been inverted, where the child, the Palestinian child, is David that believes that his God can conquer any obstacle, and the giant is Goliath, that is the tank from Israel. This for the cause of Hamas, which is the destruction of the state of Israel. This child can have this image that all the way of the human dimension of information. The informational dimension has brought a new hegemonic dimension that also brought topics of cyber war, cyber crimes, and cyber attacks with its differences that correlate with the application and the BOPOR in Ukrainian. This is an application, operational intelligence application, where they localize the Russian troops and they send the armed forces, and it is used as a regular combatant. And we work with this type of applications with our cadets as well. Since there are new information technologies, and in technology we also have the artificial intelligence with algorithms, with heuristics, human courage, intuition, and medius. And so algorithms become self-sufficient. We work with a cycle of automatic systems in the ODA cycle. Observe, orient, and act with the man at the weapon circuit, activating the weapons, and artificial intelligence at the command level. This is a recent topic that we work in international humanitarian law, mainly the robotization at the battlefield. We also work with the responsibilization that is built in the international environment as the solidarity in with constructors, technicians that have the cargo, trainers, and the field staff. And the internal displaced people are a result of these conflicts. We work within the exercises of and the simulations with the migration groups where we have the blocking of civilians, humanitarian passages for the transportation of civilians, which is a record of humanitarian aid. And here we use requisition of civil means in order not to confuse the military passages and be attacked without knowing. So this is important because we don't want to attack any of these civilian passages or where civilians are gathered. And now we have the repression for the TPI. Our country ratified in July 2022 and entered in our training in September of that same year. We have a decision from our federal tribunal that talks about the cooperation with this tribunal, informing that it is an obligatory cooperation. It is a Petrus a clause in our constitution. The execution is through the federal police and by federal judges of first instance that don't need any homoglobalization of our justice system. And finally, I want to start a video here where I show some real images of the war in Ukraine, where we can see the combat. And I remember that the conflicts and that the generation of conflicts is a second generation conflict of the first war being executed in an environment of a fifth generation war. Here that we're using methods and we're using methods from the Second World War in this fifth generation war. And uh, all this is complemented with the international law. And with this, I finish my presentation and I move to answer any doubts that might emerge. Lieutenant Colonel Alvarez, we would like to give our appreciation for sharing with us the information of human resources. Thank you for your words and for involving everyone in enriching this dialogue. Due to the time constraints, we are getting all the questions, and I'm going to ask only two. The first one, based on your experience as a combatant official and professor of military law, the experience of women, how does it go with international humanitarian law? And can you share your experience on how international humanitarian is practiced in the education of the army, of an army officer in Brazil? Yes, I'm going to answer. Well, with regards to women, the line of war military learning is great for both humanitarian law, and because when we insert women in the combat groups and platoons, even in the commanding positions, we move and integrate and disseminate the respect for women, and above all, the fiscalization of the actions of the truth, because women are protecting the rights of civilians, of the non-combatant, and also of the combatants, enemies that have been captured, and the enemy combatants, the women that have been taken. And so we have to see and have an oversight over this. And with regards to the refugees, we have sorry, with the learning, we have 5 years teaching where we talk about the DIH in a systematic way. That is in a procedural manner. Enemies, friendly, injured, migratory groups, so that the officer can have all the expertise in the practice. And in the third and fourth course, the future officer has a contact with operations and the field in practice, and in combat groups and fractions and companies, and also using international humanitarian law, mainly because our figure for the preparation of this future officer uses one-third of injured, one-third of militaries captured, and one-third of military deceased to verify all the procedures following the DIH. And during the displacements for the different objectives, the future officer finds some migration flows of different kinds. And with this, I finish the questions, and I am open. If there are any other questions, I can
Tenente Coronel Souza,
respond them.
muito obrigado por suas completas
Lieutenant Colonel, thank you very much for your
que enriqueceram
complete
significativamente esse momento de
answers and
aprendizado.
very clarifying
Em
that
nome da Agência
enrich
Interamericana de
very
Letras,
significantly
gostaria
this
de
moment.
registrar nossa
On
profunda
behalf of
gratidão
the
pela disponibilidade
IADB, I want to
de
express my
conhecimento,
profound
bem como pela
gratitude for
variedade de
sharing with
práticas e
us your
lições
knowledge
aprendidas.
and the
Sua dedicação
valuable
destaca a importância do entendimento
practices,
das
your
normas e
dedication in
princípios dos
highlighting the
direitos
importance
humanos,
of the
do direito
understanding
internacional
of the
humanitário,
human
todos os
rights and
estados exigiram
international
reconhecimento.
law principles by all
Parabéns
the
por sua
military
excelente
is
apresentação.
worthwhile knowing. Thank you for your excellent
Nesse momento,
presentation.
é com grande
At
satisfação
this
que damos
moment,
também as boas-vindas ao nosso
we
terceiro
are
palestrante,
going to
o doutor
listen to
Mondeliz.
Dr. Maureen
Dr.
Mondeliz.
Mondeliz,
Maureen
professor
Mondeliz
associado de
is
Direito
Associate
Internacional,
Professor of
Diplomacia, Direito
International Law
e
and
Pesquisa
Diplomacy,
do
and is
Royal
also the
Military
Dean
College
of
of
an
St. Jean,
investigation of the Real College of St.
Defesa
Jean,
Nacional,
National
Governo do
Defense,
Canadá,
Government of
além de
Canada,
atuar em
and
outras universidades
also
do seu
from
país,
other
na
universities
África
of our
e
country
na
and in Africa
e
and the
além de
Americas
Europa.
and
Seus
Europe.
interesses de
She
pesquisa
is
abordam
her
desde a
interest
governança
in
global
research
da
go from
migração,
the global
uso do
governance
direito
to
internacional,
migration, the
a
use of
promoção do
international
Estado de Direito,
law, and the
entre
promotion of
outros.
the rule of law, among
Ele é
others.
autor
He
de
is
mais
the
de 30
author of more
artigos em
than 30
periódicos revisados
articles
por
in
pares, e capítulos de
magazines that
livros,
have been
além de
reviewed
ser
by
co-editor
peers
de 5
and
livros.
chapters of books,
Bastante
and
atuante na
also
defesa
is
e
the
estudo
co-editor
jurídico
of 5
e com
books.
riquíssimo
Is very
currículo,
active in
Dr.
defense and
Mondeliz
with
recebeu
legal
vários prêmios
studies and
por
with a
excelência na
rich
China,
curriculum.
França
Dr.
e Canadá.
Mondeliz has received
Dr.
several
Mondeliz,
awards
good morning.
in Haiti, France, and
The floor
Canada.
is yours.
Doctor, good morning. The floor is yours.
Good morning and thank you
Buenos
for
días.
inviting me.
Y
Alors, je voudrais, mesdames et messieurs, vous saluer en vos rangs, grade et qualité, tout protocole respecté. Je suis très heureux de participer à ces échanges depuis la bibliothèque du Collège militaire royal de Saint-Jean que je représente aujourd'hui. Alors, étant donné le bilinguisme qui caractérise mon institution, je vais faire ma présentation en français et en anglais. Je voudrais en profiter pour saluer la présence ici du colonel Martin Larose qui a bien voulu coordonner cette invitation et féliciter du même coup l'équipe de l'Organisation interaméricaine de défense pour avoir organisé ces échanges. I'm delighted to talk about steps taken and challenges for the military culture in Canada. And I will be focusing on how Canada approaches dissemination and teaching international human rights law and international humanitarian law in military education and training. Given that some of previous speakers have covered some aspects, I will be rapidly talk about the main aspects of Canadian model in the field. First of all, je voudrais remercier mes collègues du Collège militaire royal de Saint-Jean et du bureau du juge avocat général comme la Croix-Rouge canadienne qui ont participé dans la préparation de ces échanges. As introductory remark, I would say that Canada has shown particular interest in human rights since particularly the 1960s, and the teaching of humanitarian law, particularly in the 1990s, following the one case you all know about lessons Canada learned about the importance of teaching international law and train military members in the field. And given increasing crises and humanitarian needs now throughout the world, more than 110 crises throughout the world, according to Geneva Academy on Human Rights and Humanitarian Law, and increasing needs in humanitarian assistance, we can see that it's very important for states to focus on the law, and the representative of the International Committee of the Red Cross already stressed that law is very important for military forces to address those crises in operation. And this is the reason why Canada has developed a model in military education and training. And the question for Canada is to consolidate this model, those steps taken, and second, to focus on military education and training to foster a protection for military members, protect victims, and contribute to civil-military relations. It's very important, particularly because steps taken by Canada in terms of military justice reform over the recent years. Alors, le Canada aborde l'éthique militaire comme un ensemble de valeurs particulièrement importantes pour les forces armées, valeurs qui elles-mêmes se retrouvent à la fois dans le cadre juridique et institutionnel du Canada. Les forces armées canadiennes sont donc inscrites dans cette perspective de valeurs incluses dans la Constitution, dans une série de lois, dans des politiques qui, en réalité, encadrent l'action militaire canadienne. In the Code of Conduct for Military Personnel, it's indicated that it is Canadian Forces policy to respect and abide by the law of armed conflict in all circumstances. It's then an obligation that Canada takes seriously, the obligation to disseminate international humanitarian law and to a certain extent, human rights law in domestic law. This is also a liberal idea in Canadian foreign policy and in Canadian politics to focus on human rights, to focus on a rules-based order. This aspect is very important in Canadian stance to military education and training. And in those contexts, we see that Canada has ratified 7 among the UN core treaties. And among those treaties, there's a focus in education on the right to life, the right to security of person as commented by the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights. So these are rights and freedom that are of particular importance when it comes to frame security policy, defense policy, and to take into consideration when it comes to military education. So, as I already said, le Canada a donc intégré une série de lois à l'échelle nationale, au double niveau fédéral et provincial, et le cadre particulier, c'est la Constitution canadienne, et vous me permettrez de mentionner la loi sur les droits de la personne qui a créé des institutions qui peuvent jouer un rôle et qui jouent justement un rôle dans la promotion des droits de la personne. Alors, ici, la loi sur les crimes de guerre et les crimes contre l'humanité mérite également d'être soulignée. One thing to consider in military education in Canada is how the state approaches the relevance of international law in the curriculum of the regular forces. The model of Canada is based on a regular officer training plan, which requires that every recruited members attend a certain courses. And among those courses, there's some requirement based on learning objectives. And when we take a look at those learning objectives, we see that learning outcomes, eight, focuses on knowledge of international law and knowledge applicable in armed conflict. So what the military colleges of Canada, Royal Military College of Saint Jean and Royal Military College of Kingston, have approached differently this model so far. There's a common requirement for all naval and officer cadets. They have to attend an international relations course. This is the common course for everybody in the program. And this is a course that covers many aspects of international relations, not particularly international law. That said, other courses in the program that are optional cover international humanitarian law and international human rights law in some contexts. I said that there's a difference between the two colleges because in 2017, Canada adopted a defense policy focusing on the training and the military education. Le Collège militaire royal de Saint-Jean a ainsi mis en place un programme en études internationales. C'est un programme de premier cycle. This undergraduate program in international studies focuses on multiple disciplines to study international phenomena, including conflicts. And in this program, we have a mandatory course of international human rights law, while international humanitarian law is an optional one. And this is the main challenge for Canada in the model now, is to make this international humanitarian law course a mandatory one in the core curriculum for every officer cadet. So this is where we stand. Another aspects in military education is that multiple courses contribute to promote human rights. And multiple pedagogical approaches, lectures, presentation, simulation, some from time to time, internal mode code, they contribute to reach course objectives and develop communication skills, legal analysis, critical thinking. And as I said, you can see a couple of courses here that contribute to the dissemination of human rights standards and humanitarian. The Office of the Judge Advocate General plays an important role in training of officers and non-commissioning officers. Ici, au Collège militaire royal de Saint-Jean, nous avons un programme de certificat en études internationales qui permet de mettre en commun dans une même classe des étudiants qui sont au premier cycle et les militaires du rang qui permettent justement un partage d'expérience dans le cadre de l'apprentissage. Ça, c'est un premier volet dans la formation. Mais au-delà de cela, ce qu'on doit souligner, c'est l'importance que joue le Centre de droit militaire des Forces armées canadiennes. Ce centre plays an important role in military training, and some of the main courses that the center offers are the intermediate law of armed conflict for CAF members and around 300 annually, added to other courses that the center teaches outside Canada in the context of cooperation with some states in the Caribbean, in Latin America, in Africa, as indicated for this year. And another aspect I would like to highlight is the cooperation between the center, the Canadian Red Cross, and the military colleges. Those institutions worked hand in hand in military education and training. And the Canadian Red Cross, for instance, is gets involved in the education in Saint Jean and Kingston. As we can see, the military law center with legal officers from the office of the Juge Avocat Général teaching international humanitarian law, particularly in courses, but also on basis. Those trainings focus on rules of engagement, but also they focus on the code of conduct for military personnel with main rules of humanitarian law in particular. I would like to focus on one aspect in Canadian Red Cross involvement in training. C'est particulièrement important parce que sur le terrain, les exercices de simulation et la compréhension du rôle d'une organisation humanitaire indépendante en matière de gestion des conflits est particulièrement crucial. Alors, dans les dernières années, on peut voir un développement de la recherche dans le maillage enseignement-recherche au Collège militaire royal de Saint-Jean également, qui a permis de développer des pratiques de collaboration avec d'autres universités et qui permettent d'exposer nos étudiants à des praticiens, des praticiennes, à d'autres professeurs qui contribuent à l'enseignement. Alors, comme je l'ai indiqué au début, pour terminer, this is very important to focus on military training and military education in the fields of human rights and international humanitarian law for reasons that have already covered. One aspect I would like to mention is how this education is understood by Canada as a means to reinforce compliance to international law for Canada, but also to protect members of CAF and this whole society in the quest for evolution of culture in CAF and in Canadian Armed Forces. And important steps have been taken, particularly in military justice, and some challenges that remain of, as mentioned, to focus on sustainable collaboration between institutions that are involved in military training and education, and to make that international humanitarian law a mandatory course, as well as involvement of the Canadian Human Rights Commission, for instance, in teaching international human rights law in particular. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Murray Mondelis, merci beaucoup pour votre présentation et pour avoir partagé votre
Doctor,
expérience.
thank you very much for your presentation and for sharing with us your great knowledge.
Therefore, we have selected two comprehensive questions, which we will now proceed to read. The first one is, in your opinion, and based on the experience of your country, how can the presence of female soldiers contribute to the incorporation of the principles and norms of human rights and international humanitarian law in military training and operations?
Thank you for this question. First of all, I would like to mention that Canada is one of the countries focusing on the role that women play in peace and security. Canada works hand in hand with other countries, for instance, with a training, a 5-day workshop training on women, peace and security at various locations, particularly 50 foreign military members can attend those training yearly. Second, at Royal Military College, Saint Jean and Kingston, there is a focus on gender approach to security and peace. And there's a research group within the the Center for Governance and Security Crisis at Saint Jean, and courses are offered in other military colleges in order to foster understanding of how women contribute to peace and security. And one example, now the Chief of Defense Staff of Canada, General Jenny Carignan, is one example in terms of decision that Canada has made to promote women in peace and security. So not only in training, but also in this in how the state appoint women in crucial decision institution.
Thank you for your response. The second question is, what measures can be implemented to strengthen international collaboration between Canadian military colleges, the Canadian Red Cross, the Inter-American Defense Board, and other international actors in teaching of international human rights? I think your microphone is closed.
Thank you. I see two main aspects. First, within Canada, we're working on collaboration with the Canadian Red Cross, and one aspect is to come to an agreement on involving Canadian Red Cross, not only on the personal basis. Now, for instance, I work with the legal advisor of Canadian Red Cross. I invite her in my courses, for instance, as do my colleagues in the international law courses. That being said, it would be better to come to an agreement between Canadian military colleges and Canadian Red Cross to make this collaboration sustainable. And I would see the same with regard to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. The second aspect I see in terms of other institutions and international cooperation, there's a need for Canada to work hand in hand with other countries as Canada does, but I think more is required, particularly in contexts where human rights violation of international humanitarian law occur from time to time. I think particularly with to some crises in the region, and it's very, to me, it's very important that Canada could work with Minister of Foreign Affairs to see that, and to work hand in hand with defense department to make this happen. Second, in terms of military academies, military colleges, universities, and you mentioned the Inter-American Defense Board and college. I think the same could happen with a sustainable agreement, and with technology now. I think multiple initiatives could be could be taken in terms of involving colleagues from many places in teaching, maybe in organizing simulations, maybe in organizing such event that allow naval and officer cadets, but also military personnel to engage in those conversations regarding human rights and humanitarian law. And this is my take on this.
Once again, thank you for your insightful and clarifying response. Caro Dr. Mondeliz, em nome da Junta Interamericana de Defesa, gostaria de expressar nossa mais sincera gratidão por dedicar parte do seu valioso tempo para compartilhar conosco seus profundos conhecimentos,
compartir con nosotros sus profundos conocimientos,
suas reflexões, especialmente sobre os ensinamentos e boas práticas
and
implementadas
the good practices of the Armed Forces of Canada, the preparation of their troops for operations that no doubt will be of great value for the other countries. I thank you for your excellent presentation. Thank you very much. And now, with great satisfaction, we invite and we welcome our third speaker, Dr. Fabián Morasca Jaramillo Vázquez, who is an attorney from the
Jaramillo
city of
Vázquez
Colombia,
is
Armenia,
a lawyer
and a specialist in
punitive law by the military office in
law
Rio
from
Verde,
Nueva
in
Granada,
Bogotá.
Bogotá. He, for more than 10 years, was the legal advisor of the armed forces in different units of the National Army, as also as the reserve active officer of the National Army with as a lieutenant. Right now, he is the external advisor of the Command for Operational Support for the Communications and Cyber Defense of the National Army, and under Chief of Staff in the legal aspect. Dr. Fabian, the microphone is yours. Thank you very much, Colonel. Thank you to the IADB for this invitation, to the commanders of the armed forces, at the head of Brigadier Sanchez, that cannot be here today, but that would have liked to be here. So we want to talk about the insertion of human rights in the DIH, in the actions of the armed forces. And for this, we would like to start with a general view of how, in the military forces, in a legal and constitutional manner, we have the concept of inserting human rights so that it can be reflected here. For this, it is important then to bring to this important scenario that in constitutional matter, the Colombian military forces are established complying with the constitutional goals based on our constitution, which is the highest law. And within this, we establish some essential purposes or goals. And those are created to protect all the people and to guarantee the compliance of the rights of the people. And particularly in Colombia, public servants have a special duty compared to individuals, because the individuals have to comply with the constitution and the law, but the public servants have something special. And besides responding to the law, they have to also respond if they do not do so. And as members of the military forces, we are under this, and we have a responsibility that is called specific. But this doesn't stop here. Besides the Constitution, we have materialized this in a law that talks about the conduct of the military forces. These conduct standards of the armed forces tells us what is the imperative in the compliance with the Constitution. And when we talk about the political constitution, we have to make reference to an article of the block of constitutionality through which, by the incorporation of the law, all the treaties on human rights and international humanitarian law are incorporated into the legal order of our country and the constitution. So it is of a superior relevance. This is why within the standards, we have to comply with them. And in particular, we bring a special chapter in which it tells the members of the armed forces how they have to act with regards to the standards, international law in human rights, and to the application of the international humanitarian law. And so, to know how we insert, how we can interiorize these laws in the preparation of the members of the armed forces, it is important to bring the concept of the cycle of DIH, which is it is an educational cycle in which we allow students, that is, the members of the armed forces, to de-reassure their professional education, knowing that the professional soldier from in the different forces of the armed forces in Colombia, that is Air Force, and the National Army and the Navy, have their own education schools with a technical professional level and are qualified as educational higher institutions. So this is the cycle that allows people to be educated as soldiers in human rights, or technologists in human rights and DIH, and also in the school for cadets and officers on human rights. There is a specialization in a postgraduate course in humanitarian law and human rights. And in the higher war college, where we have a master's in human rights and humanitarian international law in the armed forces. This education is in all the curriculums and the application of human rights and DIH. All this under a framework of the doctrine as the dogmas, or with respect on the materialization of the duties of the military forces, where we integrate the different technical handbooks that rule the actions of the military forces, all with a central core, which is human rights and the observance of the DIH. So, as a practical example on how within this education and training of the members of the armed forces in Colombia, we can observe this incorporation of the human rights and DIH standards. We have the School of Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law that trains all the officers and NCOs and staff in our, not only ours, but from friendly countries in human rights and DIH. So all the historical wealth and all the experience and the exchanges that can be among the countries, with the end to strengthen the legitimacy and the actions of the military forces in compliance with those constitutional duties that we referred to at the beginning. Another practical example, and very interesting, that is more important in the military forces every day, is the application of a didactic tool called PISTA of human rights and humanitarian international law. This exercise, this practical exercise, has the purpose to train officers, NCOs, and soldiers of all the armed forces and the National Civil Police in specific competences to have a criteria and evaluate and train the know how to do, how to act when they face situations in the development of their military or police tasks to uh, be able to respond to actions and make their own decisions in real time. So these pistas or the derechos humanos is something where we can see that they have some requirements. What are the strategic roles of the armed forces and the unified force and the subjects of special protection or the communities that in our law have a relevance and importance and that have to uh, be observed in a special way with a focus on human rights and the prevention of gender violence, the use of force in any of these two frameworks, and the procedures with injured, captured, and deceased when and also situations with regards to the goods and the protected persons in the framework of HIV or when there are enemies that surrender and how to, follow the different protocols. And so within the education to become a soldier NCO in the different forces, there is a strict entrance and streamlining component that is human rights. Also, how you internalize this concept in the application of human rights and the DIH in the armed forces. And Colombia has had the legal advisor as a very clear person. And this is based on Geneva, where they said that their legal advisor has to accompany the military commander in all the military operations. And from there, we set down the basis for this to have the legal advisor accompanying the commander. And after these agreements and the incorporation of the constitution, taking into account that in Colombia in 1921, it was different because we updated the constitution and a new constitution. And in this constitution, they incorporated the basis on the fundamental rights and human rights established internationally in the Universal Declaration and here in America. And for these basis on fundamental rights, they incorporated the concept that I mentioned before about the block of constitutionalities, where we bring all these treaties and agreements in human rights and DIA to incorporate them into the law. And then the military forces started talking about the legal advisor and created the Office of Human Rights and inspections, and they created doctrines with regards to the application of the principles of the DIH and the need to reflect this, the compliance of these standards. They also created some directive and also instructions in a strategic way to have guidelines for these operations and applications of human rights and DIH. And the national government then, in political matters, to try to give legitimacy to the armed forces, issued policies at the level of the government where they indicate what is the duty and the action line of the armed forces to apply, promote, and respect and observe the human rights and international humanitarian law. In the forces after 2008, we installed the figure of the legal advisor, and from the legal and strategic level, they issued the handbooks on operational law, where we placed the figure of the legal advisor. And parallelly, at the state of Colombia issued some statutes and a decree in 2014 to accompany and advise in human rights and DIH when there are operational situations that imply the duty of the government and human rights to investigate, prevent, and solve any conduct that can affect. And we also created the advisory Phoenix. These are technicians that support the duties of the legal offices. And from 2015 on, in the armed forces, we had some doctrine changes and issued handbooks internally in which they regulate and update the legal advisory and also the application and promotion and observance of the DIH and human rights. And finally, keeping in mind that we were talking about a team in which the government is part also about this synergy in the insertion of human rights and DIH. In our country right now, the national government has issued a political document called a Policy on Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law on September 11th, 2024 by the Ministry of National Defense, and in which, in a generic way, we seek to materialize its development plan. It's like a map, a roadmap to strengthen human rights and the application of international humanitarian law and DIH to promote respect, protection, and contribute from the education of the soldiers and officers and in the different processes of instruction so that we can see this from a preventive perspective as well. And so this policy that governs us as armed forces right now has certain special objectives that will foster the capacities of the security and defense sector to consolidate the respect, protection, and guarantee of human rights, and also to potentiate the discipline and the operational discipline in the application of these international instruments before and during education. And now the policy on human rights, you can see that the contents, it tells us especially in communication and formation, that it is a goal for the national state to have the schools train and also have international law and human rights as part as the core of their education, and we also train and the trainers have to train themselves, and this is comes from the Red Cross, and we call the trainers. And then this training should not end, but should be materialized in the communication with the community. That's why the application of human rights has to have a interrelation with the people, with the communities, and this gives us the promotion of the respect and relationships for the observance of human rights and DIH. And correlatively, we can see that the militaries are also the depositors of rights. And within the framework of human rights and DIH as well. And the capacities of these legal advisors that we referred to before. So we see how with this strengthening from the education and the training, and that we have a streamlining behavior on human rights and the observance of DIH. And all this education to act with regards to the community, and in the case of situations of international nature, and to have the defense and the arguments and the sustainment of the reports before or international organizations when there are any requirements on the human rights. With this, I end my presentation from Colombia, just giving you an idea of this internalization of human rights and DIH in the process of education of the members of the military forces. Thank you very much.
Dr. Fabian Vázquez, felicitaciones por su
Dr. Fabian
presentación.
Vázquez, thank you for your excellent presentation. We have selected some questions that we received with your presentation. The first one is related to what have been the main challenges faced in the insertion of these rights in the military culture, and how have you overcome these obstacles? Thank you very much. It is a very interesting question. And everyone knows the historical panorama and the development of the armed forces in Colombia have had. And from there, how we can promote and overcome the difficulties. Well, the first difficulties that may arise are in the changing situation of the legal order and the operational context in Colombia. But before this, in a proactive way, in a preventive way, and in the military forces and the Army, that is Army and Navy and Air Force, educate not only in the curriculum but also in a constant way that we call extracurricular to all the members up to the last man. And so in a constant way, we carry out seminars, symposiums, talks and programs in the radio in which the commanders and the advisors and the legal and technical offices where we that are in charge of this area of human rights and DIH reach up to the last man to strengthen this knowledge. And so how have we improved this? Because we all know the development of the issues in Colombia. Through this policy of the government, starting from the grassroots, so when the situations emerge, like a calamity or any operational situation, they can face them and then comply from the framework of the Constitution, and especially the military forces complying their rights, the rights of everyone. So this is how the military forces have been able to reach a very good degree, and they have been recognized. And we also, our military forces have exchanges with other countries in which they talk about all these topics and how they overcame them. Thank you for your answer. Another question: what mechanisms for evaluation have been established to measure the effectiveness of the insertion of these rights in the military culture, and how have these feedback being used to legalize or realize continuous improvements? It is a very relevant question. Since we issued the policies on human rights and DIH in Colombia, it's not only generic documents in which we give instructions on how to do things. As you said, the follow-up is one part of the processes of the armed forces. And there are follow-up mechanisms, in particular actions within the documents that are called action plans, in which, in a periodic manner, we review the topic that is being developed on human rights and DIH. So this follow-up is done in efficiency, the amount of men that have been aware or sensitize the different academic instruments and tools, and how many people have been able to access these educational courses. We also have carried out visits at the field where the different instances verify on the terrain the effectiveness of these measures. And this follow-up is now an imperative. Right now in our different instances, we have materialized this, and we have verified that in reality what is a guideline and actions on human rights is complied at the practical level. And we have general balances, and with this, we feedback and we have reports, and we plan and for the following years, and based on the lessons learned of the previous years. So this is an internal control measure. Once again, I thank you for your answers, Dr. Fabian Vasquez, on On behalf of the IADB, we express our profound gratitude for your effort and commitment in presenting with so much precision the structure of preparation of the military in Colombia to act in conformity with the legal standards and enforce in situations of conflict. Your presentation highlighted the importance and the benefit of sharing experiences of of an army that is well prepared. Thank you for your presentation. Dear public, we will have a 10-minute break. And after that, we will continue with more presentations. See you in a while.
Retomando as atividades do dia de hoje, reiteramos nosso cordial bom dia ao nosso público. Estamos transmitindo ao vivo da histórica Casa do Soldado,
We're
sede da Junta
streaming
Interamericana
live
de
from La Casa del
Defesa em
Soldado.
Washington, D.C.
It
O
is
Seminário de
the
Direitos Humanos e Direito
headquarters
Internacional
of the IADB
Humanitário,
in DC.
cujo tema é
This
a
seminar
inserção dos
on
direitos humanos e do
humanitarian
direito
law and
internacional
human rights
humanitário na cultura das Forças Armadas,
in the
preparando
culture of
tropas
the armed
para
forces,
sua aplicação
preparing
em
the
operações
troops for
militares.
their
Com
application
este
in
evento,
military
a GID
operations.
homenageia o
With
Dia
this
dos Direitos
event,
Humanos,
the IADB
celebrado ontem, 10 de
is
dezembro, data
promoting
em que, em
the Human Rights
1948,
Day
a
yesterday in
Assembleia Geral da
December.
ONU adotou a Declaração
The
Universal dos
Assembly of
Direitos
the
Humanos.
UN adopted
A
the
declaração
Universal
gerou muitas
Declaration of
dúvidas
Human
quanto à
Rights.
proteção dos direitos
This
humanos
declaration
e
inspired many
contribuiu para
doubts,
seu maior reconhecimento.
dissipated many doubts, and contributed
Para
to
os
a better
organizadores do
recognition.
seminário,
It is a
dizer-lhes
joy
que
for the
estamos
organizers of this
acompanhados em
seminar
nossos canais do YouTube
to
por
tell
mais
you
de
that
2.500
we are
participantes de 50 países,
we're being joined
aos quais enviamos
for
uma
many
saudação
from many
fraterna e cordial.
participants
Não
from many
esqueçam
countries, and
de
we send
curtir,
our
deixar o
greetings to
seu
them.
like e comentários em nosso canal,
Please
os
leave
quais
your likes
apoiarão
and
a difusão
comments
dos
on our
conhecimentos
channel, and this
apresentados
will
nesse seminário.
increase the diffusion of the
A seguir,
knowledge that will be
apresentamos a
presented
estrutura
today
do
in the
seminário,
seminar.
com a sequência das
Next, we will
próximas
present the
apresentações.
structure of the seminar and the sequence of the following
Dando
presentations.
continuidade ao nosso seminário, seguiremos com as apresentações
Continuing
dos
with our seminar,
representantes
we're
dos
going to move
Estados
on
Unidos
to
da
the
América,
presentation of the
do Peru
representative from the
e da
United States
República
of
Dominicana.
America,
Ao
also the
final,
one from
teremos
Peru
as
and
palavras de
Dominican
encerramento
Republic,
a
and then
serem
in the end, we
proferidas
will
pelo
have the
embaixador
closing
Benoni
words
Belli do Brasil.
by the Ambassador Benoni
Por
Belli
fim,
from
o
Brazil.
general divisão Álvares,
Finally, the Division
presidente
General
do Conselho de
Alvarez,
Delegados da GID,
President of the
fará
Council
os
of Delegates
agradecimentos
of the
finais
IADB,
e encerrará o
will
seminário
give
às
the
3
final
horas.
thanks, final words, and
Durante o
the
desenvolvimento das
seminar will
palestras,
conclude at 13 hours.
sintam-se à vontade para nos enviar suas perguntas
During the development of the
através dos chats
presentations, you
habilitados no canal do
may send your
YouTube
questions
em
through the
seu
chat
idioma de
on the
preferência,
YouTube channel
as quais serão respondidas
on the
pelos
language you prefer,
palestrantes ao
and they will
final de
be
cada apresentação.
answered at the end of
Gentil
each
público,
presentation.
reforçamos que os dados, informações, opiniões e
Also,
comentários
the
emitidos ou
information,
expressos por
the
todos os
opinions,
palestrantes
and
refletem
comments
suas
that are
opiniões
issued or
e
expressed
são
by
de
all
sua
of the
própria
presenters
responsabilidade,
reflect their
não
opinions and
expressando
they are their own
necessariamente a
responsibility.
opinião
They
da
do
Junta
not necessarily
Interamericana de
express the
Defesa.
opinion of the IADB.
Dando continuidade às apresentações, é
Moving
com
on
grande
with the
satisfação que
presentations,
damos boas-vindas à
I am
Commander
glad
Delisha Zimmerman,
to
da
say, to
Marinha dos
present
Estados
and
Unidos.
welcome the
A
commander of
Commander
the
Delisha Gonzalez Zimmerman
U.S.
atualmente
Marine,
atua
Commander
como
Delicia
professora
Gonzalez.
associada de Direito de
She
Segurança
is the
Nacional
associate
no The Army
professor
Judge
on
Advocate
rights
General's
of
Legal Center and School
of national
em
security
Charlottesville,
at the
Virgínia.
legal school
Antes de ingressar na
in
Marinha dos
Charlotte,
Estados Unidos
Virginia.
em
Before
2003,
she came
atuava
into the
como
Marine,
advogada.
in
Possui
2003, she was a
bacharelado
lawyer.
em artes do governo,
She
mestrado
has
em
a
segurança nacional e estudos estratégicos,
bachelor degree
além de
in
doutorado em
governance
direito.
and a master's in national
Durante sua
security
carreira
and
na
a
Marinha, atuou, entre outras
PhD
funções,
in
no
law.
comando do
During
Serviço
her career at
Jurídico
the
Nacional,
Marine, she
no
acted in
gabinete
the
do
legal
juiz-advogado-geral,
naval
no
command
comando
and
das
also
Forças
in the
Navais
office
dos
of the
Estados Unidos no
general
Japão
lawyer and
e
the
no quartel-general
command of the
internacional da OTAN em
naval forces
Nápoles,
of the
Itália.
United States in Japan and in
Com
the
vasta
general
experiência
international
operacional dentro da área
quarters of
jurídica,
the
atuou ainda
NATO in
junto ao
Naples,
Comando
Italy.
Sul dos Estados
And
Unidos,
within
em
the legal
Miami,
area, she also
e
worked
para
with
o
South
Comando
Command of the
Central dos
United
Estados
States in
Unidos,
Miami
ainda no
and for the
Bahrein.
Central Command of the
Além
United
disso,
States in
atuou como
Bahrain.
advogada
Also,
no
she
grupo de
was
ataques
a
expedicionário de Iwo Jima,
defendant in
contribuindo
the
para a
group of
evacuação de novos
expeditionary
combatentes do
attacks,
Líbano,
contributing
levando quase 15
for
mil
the
cidadãos
evacuation of
americanos.
non-fighters in
Commander
the
Zimmerman, good
Lebanon.
morning. We deeply appreciate your participation in this event. The floor is yours.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Commander Delicia Gonzalez Zimmerman. I'm a judge advocate with the United States Navy. Currently, I serve as an associate professor at the Army JAG School Legal Center. I teach a lot of classes, of which one of them is international human rights law. I have the privilege today of talking to you about human rights training within the Department of Defense. So I will tell you this and start off with the basic premise that respect for human rights is something that we do within the DoD. It's in everything we do. It's in the Code of Military Justice. It's in our regulations. It's in our manuals. It's in our rules of engagement. It's in everything we do. And so for that particular aspect, it's easy. The aspect that's a little bit harder is how we train to it. Because while there's a requirement to train, that requirement is dictated by the DoD Law of War Manual. And that manual dictates that we have periodic training. So when I talk about human rights law, what I'm really talking about is international humanitarian rights. Hold on one second, my slides are not working. So within the Department of Defense, we view human rights under the prism of international humanitarian law. And for us, that is lex specialis. Now, while international humanitarian law and international human rights law, there are some differences, there are some basic general principles that are the same, right? We respect human life, no torturing detainees, respect for private property, respect for human dignity. These are core principles that are found within both aspects of that law. And so when we train under international humanitarian law, but we're still training on core principles of human rights law. The second aspect I want to talk about is civilian harm mitigation response. That's a fairly new policy that's only been enacted for 2 years. It came out of a history of counterterrorism over the last 20 years. And while we did civilian harm mitigation during those operations, what we learned is we weren't always good at documenting pre-strike assessments, nor were we consistent on doing post-strike investigations amongst the services. And so what this policy aims at getting at is standardizing both the pre-strike assessments and the post-strike investigations, because we want to be able to show our homework. Like one of the previous presenters stated, it's all about the information warfare that's out there right now. And we hope by being able to show the steps that we took to mitigate civilian harm, that we will be able to get in front of that. The next thing I want to talk about is human rights in military operations, because armed conflict is not the only type of operations that the U.S. military engages in. And sometimes, especially when we have to provide DoD support to law enforcement, that's going to entail more human rights aspects. And so service members who have to do any kind of support to law enforcement, they're going to receive special briefings on U.S. law and U.S. policies. And they're going to receive very specialized training geared towards domestic operations. Likewise, with detention operations, the Convention Against Torture, that comes into play. And so our Guard Force is given very specialized training with respect to handling detainees. They're also given training on if they see something to report it, right? It's not enough to know what torture is. They have to be able to report it if they see someone doing it. And while it's last on the list, it's not least, human rights law training that is specific. We do that, and I'm going to talk about it later in the brief. It's just that when we're training the force writ large, we're really talking about human rights under international humanitarian law. All right. So I'm not going to belabor it too much because I know some of the other presenters also talked about the different types of training, but I will echo the ICRC's comment about realistic training. It is also our experience, the more realistic the training is in terms of mirroring what a wartime scenario would look like, the better it is. However, sometimes we can't recreate those conditions because we don't have the time or the money or the manpower to be able to do that. And another effective training method we've learned is the scenario-based training. So a lot of times these scenarios are based on lessons learned, mostly mistakes that we've made in the past. And what we do is we give them to the students and they work through those scenarios and they ask the questions that they need to ask. and that hopefully when confronted with the same set of facts, they won't recreate those mistakes. Another effective method I've seen is field training exercises. And a lot of times what we will do is we will inject a potential war crime allegation to see how the unit responds. In one particular exercise I participated in, the war gamers created a fake video. It gets very intricate. They created a faked video. In one scene, you see Marines shooting their rifles. In the next scene, you see sailors dressed up as civilians, but they're falling face forward. So the implication is that our Marines are shooting civilians in the back. And so this video was presented to me and the commander, me as the legal advisor, and my commander. And we were being tested to see how we would respond. And they wanted to know if we were going to do what was required to do. So first, we recognized that this was a potential war crime. Second, we immediately notified higher headquarters. And 3, we told them we were going to convene an investigation. During a field training exercise, we're not actually required to do the investigation, but they were testing us to make sure we hit the big 3, which is recognize, report, and investigate. And last but not least, I want to talk about pre-deployment training. So when people are getting ready to deploy, service members are getting ready to deploy, they'll receive country-specific briefs. They'll receive briefs on their rules of engagement that have been influenced by human rights policies. They will receive the very specific training that they need in order to do that mission. All right. So moving on. So generalized training. What does your average soldier, sailor, Marine receive? Well, from boot camp, they're learning about the 10 soldier rules. These are the cardinal rules of lawfare for us, right? And they're very basic because, again, we're trying to train 18, 19, 20-year-olds. And so what are they being trained on, right? Fight only combatants, treat civilians humanely, do not destroy more than what is required by the mission, report law of war violations. These are the basics that we train to all the time. They receive it from the beginning of their enlistments all the way throughout their entire careers. Again, this is basic training that everyone receives. So we do have some specialized human rights training. Combating trafficking in persons is a big one. All DoD personnel, so that's service members, that's our civilians, that's our contractors, are all required to take this training. And depending on what the nature of your job is, depending on where you're deployed to or where you live, you may be required to take this training annually. This is a computer-based training for the most part, although I have seen it done in person before. But this is one of those specialized human rights trainings that we do. Last but not least, we also teach on international human rights law. We do that at the Army JAG School. And so what we're training judge advocates on are the actual treaties. So they're learning, about the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. They're learning about the Convention Against Torture. And what they're learning also is the U.S. policy with respect to these treaties and how these treaties impact our ability to do military operations. So in the United States, while a normal average service member is not going to be learning about the specific treaties, we're teaching them more about fundamentals and principles. The lawyers are getting trained up on those laws. And they're able to provide legal advice as influenced by those laws and U.S. policy. So again, if I want to bookend this brief, I just want to hit on respect for human rights is in everything we do. And while we may talk about it in terms of international humanitarian law, we're still talking about the same basic principles: no arbitrary deprivation of life, respect for property, respect for human dignity. These are things that we train to on a regular basis. And so with that, that ends my presentation.
Commander Zimmerman, as we have done with the other speakers, due to time constraints, we have selected some questions that will be presented to you now. The first one is, what have been the biggest challenges you faced in integrating human rights training into day-to-day operations of Department of Defense? How have you overcome these obstacles?
I've been pretty lucky as a legal advisor. I haven't had a lot of obstacles. Part of the thing is just building trust with your command, and then telling them what the law is. I have to say, most service members want to respect the rule of law. And so I have to say, my personal experience, I haven't had any pushback in my training. I think the biggest pushback is just being able to create scenarios, and that's not from the command. That's more of a function of like my time, is creating realistic scenarios that we can train to, making the training more interactive. Because the last thing you want is service members falling asleep in the back of the room, because this is very important stuff. So just making it interactive. That's probably the biggest problem, and making sure I have adequate enough time to get that training out.
Thank you very much for your response. I think we received this question at least 3 times for each presenter, but in your opinion, and based on the experience of your country, how can the presence of female soldiers contribute to the incorporation of the principles and norms of human rights and international humanitarian law in military training and operations?
So they have to talk about respect for human life, and they have to talk about the basic principles. We talk about that all the time in the United States, getting back to the basics, right? You treat people humanely. You only fight combatants. I mean, these are the basic rules that we expect 18, 19-year-olds to follow. And what we need from senior leaders is to reiterate those rules. War is hard. And it's very difficult, especially when the enemy hides amongst civilians, and being able to distinguish between combatant and civilians. But that's our job. We're in the DoD. We're supposed to do hard things. And so the best thing that we can do is have senior leaders that really push and press that message that we're here to do a mission, but we're here to do it lawfully, which means respect human dignity, means no arbitrary taking of life, because it's not enough to just win the battle. We have to win the information warfare that's out there. And so top on down, right? You have senior leaders who are reiterating these core principles, and actions speak louder than words. If they can see their senior leaders doing the right thing, junior personnel will follow along. And then more training. Again, I would like to have more realistic training. But again, that requires time and money.
Since we have some minutes more, how do the armed forces collaborate with other government agencies and non-governmental agencies or organizations to promote and protect human rights in their operations? Are there any notable joint projects or initiatives?
Well, I have to say, in terms of the U.S. government, we work with all federal agencies. So we're going to work with the State Department a lot. And so the State Department, some of you may be familiar with the Leahy vetting process. And that's largely dictated by the State Department. They do the vetting and they do all of that. And so they just give us a list of people that have, been vetted. So in terms of, respecting human rights law and all of that, we work hand in hand with the State Department. In terms of, other organizations, we also work a lot with the ICRC. And so especially, with detention operations and things like that. Sometimes we'll receive letters directly from non-governmental organizations. And again, in that training scenario I talked about, the video was given to us in that training environment from a non-governmental organization. It wasn't from a DoD source. It wasn't from the ICRC. It was, given to us. So, we take information from all over the place because, that information may be what we need in order to conduct an investigation. And so we work with everyone and anyone who's willing to work with us. We don't discriminate. I think we're all in it together. I think we all have the same common goal, which is to protect human life.
One more time, thank you so much for your response. Commander Delicia Zimmerman, em nome da Junta Interamericana de Defesa, gostaria de agradecer pelo tempo que nos
I would like
disponibilizou
to thank
para
you for your
compartilhar seus
time
conhecimentos
available
e vivência.
in sharing
Poder
your
escutar os
knowledge
pontos de vista de operador
and
do direito
discussing
que
all
atuou
of the point of
diretamente na
views
aplicação das normas de
from
direitos
someone who
humanos
has
e do direito
applied
internacional humanitário
the human
realmente
rights
foi
norms and
diferencial para o nosso seminário.
humanitarian law.
Sem dúvidas,
So
seus
this was
ensinamentos
very special
contribuirão
for our
muito
seminar.
para o
Without a
desenvolvimento
doubt,
das Forças
your
Armadas de outros
contributions
países.
will
Muito
contribute to the
obrigado.
development of
Thank
the
you
armed
so much.
forces of other countries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Neste momento, é com grande prazer que convidamos e damos as boas-vindas ao
It is
nosso
my
próximo
pleasure to
palestrante,
invite
o comandante
our next
Benjamin
presenter,
Kinde. O
Commander
comandante
Benjamin Kinde.
da Força Aérea do
Commander
Peru,
Benjamin
é advogado,
Kinde from
possui
the Air Force of
especialização
Peru.
jurídica
He is
com
a lawyer.
mestrado
He
em gestão
has
de
a
políticas públicas e
specialization
doutorado em direito.
in public
Atua como
policies
instrutor de direitos
and a
humanos e
PhD
direito
in law.
humanitário
He is an instructor
e direito
on
internacional
human rights
humanitário
and
nas
humanitarian law
diferentes escolas de
in
formação
the different
das
training
Forças
schools of the
Armadas
armed
e no
forces
Centro de Direito
and also
Internacional
in the
Humanitário e
International
Direitos Humanos
Rights
das
Center
Forças Armadas do Ministério da
and
Defesa
human
do
rights
Peru.
of the armed forces of the Ministry of
Ex-procurador
Defense
da
of
Polícia
Peru.
Militar Provincial, é assessor jurídico
He
operacional
is
e
also a
professor
judicial
universitário.
advisor and
Dentre as
university
diversas
professor.
funções que desempenhou em sua
Among
carreira
the
militar,
different functions that he
destaca-se o
has
cargo de
had during
ex-diretor
his military
do
career,
Centro de
he
Direito
was the former
Internacional
director
Humanitário
of the
e Direitos Humanos das
Humanitarian
Forças Armadas
International
do
Law
Ministério da Defesa do
Center
Peru,
and
em
Human Rights Center
2023.
of the Armed
Comandante
Forces of the
Benjamin
Ministry of
Kinde,
Defense of
buenos
Peru in
días.
2023.
La audiencia es
Commander
suya.
Benjamin Kinde, good morning. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. This is Commander Benjamin Enriquez Kinde, Subdirector of the Center of Humanitarian Rights and Humanitarian Law of the Ministry of Defense of Peru. First, I would like to thank you for this invitation to this virtual seminar of integration of human rights and international humanitarian law in the culture of the armed forces. In this case, I'm going to make a brief summary of the policies of the defense sector in these two topics in the armed forces of Peru. I'm going to continue with my presentation.
Listo.
Está listo.
Ready?
Gracias.
It's ready.
Bueno, para hacer un resumen de lo que voy a hablar
So
el día
this
de
is a
hoy,
summary of what I'm
vamos a
going to
hablar
talk
sobre la
about
situación
today. So we're
actual
going to talk about the
que
current
viene,
situation
cómo funciona el centro,
and
el
how
Derecho
the
Internacional
center,
Humanitario y
this
Derechos Humanos para las Fuerzas
Human Rights
Armadas,
and Humanitarian Law
y
Center works
un
for the
breve
armed
resumen
forces,
también
and
sobre los
a brief
programas,
summary about the
el personal
programs,
capacitado y
the
creo el
trained
punto
personnel,
principal que
and the
manejamos
main
ahora en
point
Perú, que es la
that we
estandarización
are
de las enseñanzas de las Fuerzas Armadas en
addressing,
derechos
which is the
humanos y derecho internacional
standardization
humanitario.
of the armed forces in the training of the humanitarian law and human rights.
Bueno, como todos sabemos,
So as we all
temas de
know,
historia,
due
de
to
cultura,
history
Perú en los
and
años
culture,
80
Peru
vivió
in the 80s
momentos difíciles,
had
momentos
some very hard
de
times,
terror, por
times of
grupos
terror,
terroristas,
because there were groups of
principalmente
terrorists,
denominado Sendero
mainly
Luminoso, y el
the one called
otro
Sendero
grupo
Luminoso,
terrorista
and the
denominado
other group called
el MRTA, ¿no? Hubieron casos
LMRTA.
también en las
There were
cuales
no
en estos
cases,
enfrentamientos
there were
que
cases
hubieron
in
entre
these
personal militar, policial y el
during
personal
these combats that there were
terroristas,
fights between the
hubieron
terrorists and
daños
the
colaterales,
soldiers. There were,
a
of course,
veces
collateral
también
damages,
inocentes, en el cual el
damages to
Perú,
innocent people.
en su afán de
And
que
Peru,
ciertos hechos no se vuelvan a repetir,
wanted, doesn't want these facts, these events to repeat themselves. And having these legal frameworks, such as the Covenant from Geneva and international agreements, there were national commissions of application of humanitarian law and human rights, and this came to be through resolutions and norms and the preparation of a national plan of diffusion of our constitution, which protects the human rights of all people. And due to the initiative of the committee, the International Committee of the Red Cross, which helps the people who are affected by armed conflicts or due to other violent situations. So first, it was decided to create this international center of humanitarian rights and humanitarian law for the armed forces. This was established here in Peru. The Joint Command is not in charge of the preparation of the armed forces. So first, in 2002, it was created in the Joint Command, but then afterwards, we started seeing that this was not the specific organ where this center had to be. Because as I was mentioning, in the Joint Command of the Armed Forces, they are looking at the operational part and not necessarily at the training part. But the center was born. It was born as a permanent center as far as international law for armed conflicts. So it was born for training judicial experts and operations in these topics to train instructors so that the Ministry of Defense so that they may provide these trainings, so that they may train these trainings also in the Marine, in the Air Force, or in the Army, which are our three military institutions. So the Ministry of Defense, together with the Joint Command and the International Committee of the Red Cross, create this center. This is how it was created. So as I was mentioning, afterwards, they realized that the Joint Command wasn't the organism in charge, that was the adequate organ in order to do this training. So the center moved to the Ministry of Defense. So this is a very high-level organ of the executive power of Peru. The Ministry of Defense depends on the President of the Republic of Peru. So this is where the center was installed. The center depends on the general direction of doctrine of the Ministry of Defense. Here on the slide, you can see the front of the center, which is an old house, which used to be the house of a president of Peru, President Adrias. So this is former Casa Adrias. And as I was mentioning, we are an academic organ of the defense sector. We depend on the Ministry of Defense, and they depend directly of the President of the Republic right now. We are one step above the Joint Command and the three armed institutions. So this means that we have the power of taking policies or creating policies and granting them so that the institutions implement them in their academic curriculum for the military personnel. In 2008, we moved to the Ministry of Defense. So here we can see our vision and mission. As I was mentioning a moment ago, the vision is that we have to be the training center in humanitarian law and human rights for the armed forces, a leader in the academics, in the national academia and international academia. And as a mission we is to train the members of the armed forces in the compliance of the international humanitarian law and human rights. And so in 2010, there was a decree number 1095, and it was about the rules of the use of the armed forces. So it was a legal framework for the use of, for example, military operations for supporting the police. And there's also this decree. And so in the rules, it says that the defense sector has to provide guidelines. It has to supervise and control everything with regards to humanitarian law and human rights. So the figure of legal advisor, operational advisor, is also given to us. So this is the person who is in charge of advising on the legal part. They are advising the commanders with regards to the operations. So if these operations that are being carried out are within the legal framework, and the risks or threats cannot be minimized, the threats of committing any violations. So in this slide, we have the org chart of the center. We have a superior council, which is the chiefs from the different areas of the center. Then we have the director, which is a colonel usually, then the sub-direction, which is a commander. And then we have all of the departments, the main departments. So the academic department, the doctrine department are one of the main ones, which are they are the areas where all the courses that we provide are under the academic department, and on the doctrine department we have this department is in charge of all of the doctrine in legal law, in legal matters, lessons learned, humanitarian law, and lessons learned from Peru and other parts of the world in order to update our curricula and our syllabus from our courses in these two topics of humanitarian law and human rights. During the last couple of years, the center has been looking for civilians and military professors who are specialized in humanitarian law and human rights. So what we're looking for is to have this vision, to look at the approach of the personnel who has retired and who has retired and they have the experience, and also the people who are active and the civilians who are handling these topics. So currently, as you can see in this chart, in 2021, we had 8 teachers. Then in 2022, we had 7. In the year 2023, we started trying to look for more teachers. And now, for 2 periods, we've had 18 teachers. So this is the fiscal year, the first part of the fiscal year. And in the second part of the fiscal year, we had 1 more teacher. So we had 19 teachers. We're looking to open this because we want more personnel, more military personnel who can have knowledge on these topics and who can teach and train in these capabilities. They can train the rest of the military personnel. Quickly, as I already said, our functions are to basically conduct study programs and training on the topics of humanitarian law and human rights, and to provide advising to different organisms or departments of the defense sector. They might ask for academic consultations.
Les digo, nosotros tenemos tres cursos
So we have three the three most important courses that we provide. The basic program on human rights, which is for officers and technicians. And this program lasts for a month. This is being taught to the officers or sub-officers and technical officers in person and also virtually. Because nowadays, of course, the policy of the state of Peru is to massify these topics through virtual courses. So we can train the biggest amount of people, the largest amount of people, and to have military personnel that is better trained. So we have the basic program, which are mainly members of the armed forces. They might be national or foreigners, also members of civil society who have any type of relationship with national security, and also people who doesn't have any background on terrorism or terrorist crimes. So they are basically, their profile is to be diffusers on this type of topics. Then we have an upper course, which is based
casos que se hayan dado en el Perú, en el mundo, sobre
based
derechos
on
humanos
cases that occurred in Peru or in the world with regards to humanitarian law and human rights. So on the basic course, we basically teach the concepts and definitions of everything on this topic. But then, so we have the same profile. So then they need to have, as a pre-requirement, they need to have passed the basic course in order to take the upper course. They have to take an exam in order to get into this course. So now they have the title of instructor on human rights and humanitarian law. So on the basic course, you only get the title of diffuser. So this, the other course that we have is of a legal advisor, legal operational advisor, and this is only addressed to the officers or legal personnel. So people that have studied law at the university, and through a selection process, they join the armed forces. So the Marine takes this course, also people from the Army and also the Air Forces. Why? Because the operations, the military operations in Peru are done jointly. So we need to speak the same language. And this is why we are handling the policies in this way. This is a small chart where you can look at the increase of the level of the people trained in the academic programs that we've had in this center throughout our 21 years. If we look at the chart in the year 2020, 2021, and 2022, we had about a peak of 1,000 people trained per year. And in the year 2023 and in the present year, we have almost 4,000 people trained. Only on these programs, I'm not mentioning workshops or seminars because there might be the double, but it is at about 120 academic hours. So we have tripled the amount of people who have been trained. It's because of the high levels of the Ministry of Defense, they have trained us virtually so that we can start massifying these trainings. And the most important point or the most important achievement that we've had is that in Peru, the teachings on the humanitarian law and human rights has been standardized. And so as a center in the defense sector, so all of the institutions of the armed forces the Air Force, the Marine, and the Army, and their centers, their training centers, and in their careers, in the different courses that the officers take. In all of these courses, we have to have this topic of human rights and humanitarian law. This means that we have provided the syllabus and the curriculums with a standard, and so this institution, here's the timeline showing how we have handled this since 2018. So we can say that this year we are standardized. So the 3 armed forces of Peru are teaching the same topics, and they have the same syllabus at all levels. In the beginner level and the last course for colonels, as far as human rights go, they are standardized. So this would be it on my side in this very short time, brief time that has been granted to me. I've tried to explain how we are integrating human rights and humanitarian law in the armed forces. And as I was saying, at all levels, from the beginners, from students, and when they are officers, in this constant teaching of the humanitarian law and human rights, because of our history also, because we have had all sorts of conflicts, and they have taught us that we need to be prepared in this topic specifically. So thank you. I don't know if there are any questions. Thank you again for the invitation.
Gracias por su magnífica presentación. Siguiendo el modelo de los demás ponentes, hemos seleccionado algunas preguntas de todas las que recibimos para que les sean presentadas. La primera pregunta es: no que toca a los derechos humanos.
First question is, with regards to human rights and humanitarian international law, how have the historical cases influenced in the updating of the development of the military doctrine that you have today? Can you give us specific examples of doctrinal changes implemented as a result of these events? Yes, as I mentioned, our history, our lessons learned mainly in the 80s, where there were mistakes made by the military staff, which were sentenced by the Inter-American Court. And through their sentences, we have been forced, in each case, in each specific case in which the rights of human beings were vulnerated, we had to include them in our courses and place them as illustrations of what not should be done in case of a conflict, and the consequences that they can bring to those that violate the rights, and the indemnifications that the European state has to make due to these consequences. So, in compliance with these sentences, we incorporated all the lessons learned in all our courses and syllabus so that these facts would never be repeated again. You said that this was the most important moment of your presentation. What were the measures that contributed to the standardization and advance of the teaching of human rights and international humanitarian law? Well, mainly, we realized that if there was no standardization, and if the 3 armed institutions did not speak the same language, this was going to be reflected in our military operations or military actions in support of the police. Therefore, through a directive of the General Directorate of Education and Doctrine of the Ministry of Defense in 2018, we decided to take this path to standardize teaching, so there would be no excuse whatsoever or any confusion that things are not taught the same. It's been very hard. I'm talking about 2018, and just last year, we were able to finish and also convince the different structures of the armed forces that we had to take one single path to improve and try to minimize all these mistakes that can bring consequences to the military staff, and not only to them, but their families as well, and also to the Peruvian state. So as I said, several years have gone by, and in 2023, we were able to insert this standardization into the armed institutions, and today we can really say with pleasure that we're complying. Another question related to the topic of standardization. How do the armed forces collaborate with national and international organizations on human rights to ensure that the lessons learned of these cases are integrated effectively into the doctrines of your country and other countries as well? For this work, as I mentioned, that we started in 2018, and last year, we worked on this. For instance, we have worked on this with the International Committee of the Red Cross, and we have worked hand in hand, going through all the syllabus, the professors themselves, and right now we just finished a course of standardization for the military teachers on human rights and humanitarian international law. So it's not a position just of the center and the Ministry of Defense, but rather we've had the participation at the very beginning of my presentation. I told you that the Red Cross and the International Committee of the Red Cross is hand in hand with us in a very neutral way, supervising to try to manage international standards so that our armed institutions understand that we have to follow and continue respecting human rights and the international humanitarian law. Once again, I thank you for your very good answers. Dear Commander Benjamin Kinde, on behalf of all the members of the IADB, we express our most highest gratitude for your participation in this seminar. Your presentation gave us valuable opportunities to get to know more how Peru prepares its military staff to comply with the combat operations, always respecting human rights standards and humanitarian international law. We can affirm that the transmission of your knowledge is very good for all of us and for our collective learning. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Colonel. At this moment, we have closed the cycle of presentations, and now I want to welcome Lieutenant Colonel Vargas Santos. He is from the Dominican Army. He is a professor in human rights and international humanitarian law of the National Defense University, General Pablo Duarte Diaz, the Ministry of Defense of the Dominican Republic. Since he entered in the army of the Republic of the Dominican Republic, he has given classes at the Dominican Republic. And right now, he is also the administrator of the National System of Emergency Response and Security 911. And he has a master's in international humanitarian law, human rights, and operational law in Spain, and international law in international affairs. He is an expert in geopolitics, command and joint chief of staff, and has a BA in publicity and propaganda. He participated in different academic activities in universities of the country, presenting always an excellent job at the national level and international level as well. Lieutenant Colonel, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for this honorable opportunity to be here sharing with the IADB this very interesting activity. I'm going to project my slides that I have prepared for you. So, in our presentation, we're going to highlight everything in regards to the insertion of human rights and DIH in the military operations of the Dominican Republic. Here we're going to see the compliance of international agreements by the Dominican state and how this insertion of the is made in the military operations and the legal basis and through the graduates of human rights and international humanitarian law of the University of the Ministry of Defense, we have been able to insert in these two topics in the armed forces. We're going to see the academic coordination areas, the academic offer, and how the regional center is working. I believe that it is important in this part to understand that when we talk about human rights and international humanitarian law, we're talking about two areas of public international law. So there are two branches that say how the states interact among themselves and has different branches as well. But these very specific ones regulate the behavior, in this case, of the soldiers specifically. Because the insertion, why the insertion? Well, it's precise to highlight that in our world today, there is no possibility of conceive and execute a military operation without taking these two topics into account, because they are part of our doing. And this is why I want to highlight in the case of Dominican Republic, our constitution that establishes these standards perpetually. In Article 6, they talk about international affairs and international humanitarian law and human rights. And internally, the constitution also develops a whole platform of standards that have to do with the protection of human rights and fundamental duties. Also, the states ratify international agreements and become part of these standards, and the Dominican Republic is part of the main treaties on humanitarian international law and also of human rights that are in the Organization of the United Nations on the Universal System for the Protection of Human Rights, and the Inter-American System as well, which is the regional system that regulates our American continent. And from there, we have a broad list of internal standards in national legislation that regulate this. I want to highlight too our organic law of the armed forces that establishes very clearly in Article 244 the compliance of international agreements. And it establishes that all members of the armed forces have to know and comply all the standards of humanitarian international law that have been ratified by the Republic. And likewise, with regards to training, it talks about the obligation to educating human rights and humanitarian law. And that's why the Dominican Republic, in the application of military operations, our doctrine already defines two types of operations: bellic or war and non-war. And when we talk about military war practices, that is the role of the mission of the armed forces to act in defense. But in our reality, the majority of the operations are carried out in non-war operations that are comprised in the new missions or non-traditional missions of the armed forces, like public order and everything in support of the infrastructure of the state, peace operations and all those. So the operations regulated by the Ministry of Defense, and these are not confidential, they're internal control and mission, and the support of risk plans and citizen security, because the armed forces support the police forces in different operations. Just for example, we have missions to support the police through the task force, the task force called Calm Citizens. And there are other plans, and each one of these, as well as the plans of the specialized bodies and other interagency, count with the okay of human rights. And how did we achieve this? Well, through the School of Graduates on Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law. In the year 2000, in August, we founded this school, and it is good to highlight that it is the first military school specialized in teaching and the dissemination of the human rights and the humanitarian law. This school carries out many courses, and its mission is to train and orient the members of the armed forces and civil society to generate a respect awareness on human rights and humanitarian law. Inclusively, the school is a regional center for the training and human rights and humanitarian international law, which allows the school to develop activities through the member countries of the Conference of Armed Forces of America. And its goal is to promote the respect and generate a culture for these laws. Our organic law of the armed forces also highlights the need for education to all the levels of schooling. So from the moment of you are listed, or the cadet, or anybody that enters the armed forces until the highest level course, which is the master's degree. And today, next year, we will start a doctor's degree in security and defense, and all of them will have a block on instruction on human rights and humanitarian international law. So from the moment you enter the armed forces until you leave with the highest degree, you have these courses included with the support of the National University for Defense, which is this is a vector of all the education of the armed forces of the Dominican Republic. And through all its schools, like the schools for science and national development, we have several schools like the Graduate and High Strategic Studies, the School of Joint Chief of Staff, and in Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law, and the School of Military Sciences that encompasses the Military Academy to educate the cadets, and the graduate school for the armed forces, and the Navy College with and for their training schools, and the academy, the Navy Academy for the Marines. And finally, the School of Aeronautic Sciences with their schools for the graduates in Air Chief of Staff and the pilots of Frank Pelis Miranda. And with this, say that in each one of the forces, at all the levels of teaching, from cadets to the chief of staff colleges, have included human rights and humanitarian law. And even if the soldier is not receiving the classes in the classroom, we have divided the country in different academic coordination areas, 5 areas where the units and battalions on the terrain receive very systematically their training in these issues in every one of the regions in which the 5 regions of the country are divided for academic purposes. So what is the academic offer? How were we able to include these values and the principles of human dignity and human rights and DIH? Well, we started with the highest level courses. We have the Masters in Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law. That is in its second version this year, starting a third one. We have a level of Masters where the students study 1 year and 8 months participating together with members of civil society. And this is important to highlight. Lawyers, the judges and prosecutors that integrate the armed forces to go in depth in these issues. And we also have the specialty level that is 1 year of study. And this is the second promotion that has graduated this December, where we educate as specialized staff in these issues. I have to highlight and recognize that the new academic programs that are going to be developed at the level of masters and specialization, like the masters in human rights and migration, because we know that the Dominican Republic, the same as all the countries in the region, have the topic of human mobility. So it is important to keep this in mind. And our reality forces us to go more in depth in this topic. And besides this, the specialization in culture of peace and solution of conflicts, which is one of the new programs that have been approved at the level of the armed forces and has been subjected to the ministry to start next year. What other activities? We have certificate courses in humanitarian law, the protection of data, protection of children, the management of human talent. All these are certificate courses where we go more in depth in this topic. And I want to focus on these courses that are exclusive for the armed forces. First, we have the advanced superior course that we give to the officers that are in the command and chief of staff courses, where the commander knows how to action the responsibility of the operation, the design of a military operation respecting these laws, and the means for captains and commanders of company also receives their training according to their rank. And the basic course for the cadets and Marines that is addressed to the civilians that are interested as well. And the course on states where a soldier receives the training in these laws. And we have the course for instructors to train people and be able to train in both laws. The legal advisor that is determinant in our current world so that the commanders can have at their side someone that can recommend and suggest and the human rights and DIH laws and how to carry out the military operations and in military interdiction, of course, for these activities that are so frequent and important for us. And the topics related to our armed forces that are important activities. We see some images here of these conferences and activities, both in our country and abroad, also including the police forces. In our country, we are carrying out a police reform that includes training in for the members of the police. And within the new members of the police, the armed forces are giving the support in the preparation on human rights. These are pictures of the conferences for the police and also for migration. It is important to highlight that in 2008, the CEFAC was called a regional training center, and not only in the Dominican Republic, but important for all Central America. Since 2014, we have been given facilities for specialization, and in 2008, we went to the Central American countries. These are the images in different courses in Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, El Salvador, where year by year, the centers of the school carry out this activity, this training activity. Due to time and to advance, I just want to show you the general statistics of the school. 47,858 members have been trained since we started the school in the year 2000. And in the context of the CEFAC, 4,001 trained. In summary, for us, it is very important to have the support from other institutions like the International Committee of the Red Cross and the Southern Command that allow us to carry out activities to give follow-up to these topics. And internally in the country, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the National Plan for Human Rights that are determinant, and we have a direct collaboration and the interagency DIH Center, where we discuss all these topics in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we have the National Policy for Human Rights approved by the Chief of Staff and is effective right now. And the students carry out research as well that are promoted And we have a scientific magazine where we follow up all these topics, and the teachers go more in depth, as well as some very good students. And we have the handbooks of the armed forces on these topics. And these are handbooks developed by the school with their teachers in order to be able to promote and develop these activities. At the level of general population, we have a radio program where we promote the voice of human rights, it's called, and we invite the personalities to give a talk. And we have the human rights pista that is where we carry out activities to understand and be able to know as citizens what your rights are. And it is available for any country in the region that is interested in collaborating and participating with us in this. Due to time, I'm going to end my talk. But here we're going to show you how we were able to insert human rights in our culture in the armed forces. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm ready for the questions that you might ask. Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Vargas Santos, thank you for your interesting presentation. And from now, we're going to move to the question and answer. We have selected these from the different questions that were asked. The first one is, are there evaluation mechanisms to measure the impact of the incorporation of the human rights in the military culture? Could you share some findings of these evaluations? Thank you for the question. That is very important. Well, I can say that at this moment, the Brigadier General Cepeda Hernandez, director of the School on Human Rights, and myself are in the midst, well, are in Panama, where we are carrying out, together with the South Command of the United States, the evaluation of what is called the consensus document. It is a document in which the Dominican Republic has signed and follows up these two topics. I presented this in my presentation, and the measures that have been taken to sanction any violation, and what measures have been undertaken for the production and training, and what measures have been undertaken for everything that is related to women, peace, and security, and on the new legislation as well. So this is the constant follow-up with regards to the day by day of the armed forces in each of these topics. This is just an illustration. That evaluation is systematic, since the staff carries out, that educates, when they finish a course, they have an evaluation, and the staff is trained to evaluate. Thank you very much for your clarification. We have another question. Which have been the main challenges faced during the process of integration of human rights in the armed forces? What solutions have you implemented to overcome these obstacles? Well, I believe that one of the great challenges that we have faced, and that was at the beginning, but has been overcome today, is that we had the vision that the topics of human rights were seen by the civilians, and international humanitarian law was visualized by the armed forces. There was like a break. Nevertheless, starting on the first program, the first training program at the specialization level, we broke up with that scheme. And both the military people work with the humanitarian law, and the civilians with DIH with no distinction. And we were able to standardize all this training. And besides that, we broke with the scheme that we only need the education within the armed forces. I think that one of the great achievements has been precisely to be able to take the civilian population to see how the armed forces, that in previous times, when we had dictatorships, they were the executing hand of the negative actions against human rights. And today we can exhibit ourselves as examples of the respect in the promotion and discussion of human rights topics. We have one of the training programs that are the most advanced in the country that we are already exporting to other Latin American countries. Once again, I thank you for your answers that are so clarifying. Dear Lieutenant Colonel Vargasan, listen, to all the members on behalf of the members of the IADB, we thank you for your time to participate in our seminar. And this is a clear and objective presentation where you taught us the structures of the military and in respect to human rights and humanitarian law in your country. You have reached the you have achieved the goal of sharing with us all your knowledge. Thank you from the IADB. So this is the last minutes of the seminar. And right now we invite the ambassador of Noibeli and the permanent representative of Brazil, together with the IADB, that is going to give the closing remarks of the seminar on human rights and international humanitarian law 2024. The ambassador Benoni Belli, that is in the Foreign Affairs Ministry of since 24. And he has also been in the embassies of Buenos Aires, Argelia, and Washington. Before his current position, he was a consul general in Brazil in Chicago. In Brazil, he had several positions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including the Director of Planning, Policy Planning, and the Director of the Department for the United States. And besides being a senior associate of the Brazilian Center for International Affairs, he has a BA in law and a magister in sociology. He is the author of 2 books that were published in Brazil, and also from the Prince Center Work Order. And now we're going to listen to his message.
Gostaria de agradecer, em primeiro lugar,
I would like to thank, first of all, for the invitation from Brigadier Flavio to give my closing remarks of this morning's seminar called The Insertion of Human Rights and the Humanitarian International Law in the Armed Forces. And this deals with the conduct standards during a war, trying to protect the people that have nothing to do with conflict. And the images of war things are quite common. And we see pictures of torture, bad treatment, and violence against women, among others. This is why the spectrum of application of international humanitarian law demands a constant evolution. We observe, for instance, its obligation in military cyber operations that have a potential of causing severe damages to the population, regardless it's a field of application. The metric is one and it's clear. Disproportionate damages are prohibited, and we have to avoid disproportionate damages to the civilian population. Last year, we celebrated 75 years of the Conventions of Geneva that were created as a reaction to the atrocities in the World War II. It is an opportunity to evaluate its efficiency in face of contemporary challenges. With great satisfaction, I can reaffirm the commitment of Brazil with regards to the humanitarian international law, and we can mention the promotion more than a year ago of what that was instituted for the implementation of international humanitarian law. This commission was conceived as a national effort to promote the articulation among the governmental branches directly involved in this issue, to promote the protocols of Geneva and combat and apply it in Brazil. It includes the representatives of foreign affairs that presides it, and also representatives of the Presidency of the Republic, the Ministry of Defense, of Ministry of Human Rights and the Citizenship. These works are developed in collaboration with civil society and other relevant stakeholders, and has been of great relevance in the discussion on humanitarian international law. And besides this, I would like to take this opportunity to comment quickly with regards to the position of Brazil, defended in some international forums, articulated in four topics in this area: weapons, autonomous operations in cyberspace, explosive weapons, and the protection of human rights and the environment in armed conflicts. On the lethal weapons, autonomous lethal weapons, in English with this acronym LOS, there is a discussion on the possible regulation of this system within the provisions or restrictions of these weapons. The group of experts of the government on autonomous lethal weapons instituted to analyze the topic was able to get a good result in the last years to build a shared vision with regards to the challenges and good things that this technology can have. The National Assembly of the UN came out with a resolution. The text was authored by Austria and Brazil in several countries. And it has been approved by many votes in favor. So it is important that this was a step in the direction to a treaty that was so necessary, that the resolution demands discussion and training on this topic of lethal autonomous weapons, and offers platforms for constant topics of the Secretary General of the UN on this type of weapon. The resolution expresses the concerns and negative consequences and the impact of the autonomous lethal weapons in the global arena, and the risks and the new armament race and the humanitarian crisis, besides the reduction of conflicts and the proliferation included some non-authorized destinations, and the use of force to guarantee the responsibility and accountability so that the states can comply with their obligations. To conclude, urgently, the organization needs a legal organization for the prohibitions and regulations for autonomous weapons. It is true that it is discouraging that regards this does not reflect on the idea of the majority that to launch negotiations on a legal instrument, a binding one on weapons of this kind. The narratives on the broader weapons based on artificial intelligence in Gaza show the damages, devastating damages that can result when you try to increase the violence through IA that commit the human control in the process of decision making, and besides reducing the people to just data. With regards to the operations at the cyberspace, which is the second topic, the United Nations and the regional organizations recognize that international law and the Charter of the UN is applicable to activities in the cyberspace, and it is essential to promote an open environment that can be accessible and peaceful. The question is not this, but how international law can be applied to the use of the technologies of the states. The position of Brazil is due to the contribution of the resolution 76136 of July last year, 2021, better said, of the UN, which synthesized the efforts of the countries and to develop a common understanding about the limits existing and potential limits for digital operations related to armed conflicts, with the objective of reducing the attacks to the population and objects and in civilian infrastructure. For Brazil, the General Assembly of the UN constitutes the main debate forum on cybersecurity. At the light of the legitimacy, universal legitimacy, through the groups of experts of the government, and the General Assembly has allowed the gradual construction of a common understanding on the non-applicability and the international law in the cyberspace. We mentioned the value of the UNESCO debates on the ethical use of artificial intelligence. Based on these multilateral debates, we carried out exercises of internal reflection and consultations with agencies of the government and private enterprise. Brazil published its national position on this issue, and then it was provided in the official document in 2021 that covers all the initiatives organized here at the OAS in the information of national policies. All these national policies, in this sense, have to take into account the different perspectives on international law in the cyberspace. Of the point of view, the legal point of view, the government of Brazil highlights that the silence of some states on certain theses have been interpreted as a concordancy or a state practice. Or we can say that the silence in a state of a topic of such complexity cannot be taken as a consensus for new regulations for international law. With regards to the explosive weapons, the third issue, explosive weapons in areas that are densely populated to deal with the humanitarian consequences of explosive weapons like this, which is the main result of the Conference of Vienna on urban conflicts promoted by Austria in October 2019. In the Brazilian evaluation, the use of these weapons in populated areas requires specific sanctions because there are evaluations for proportionality and evaluations that are much more complex than those in traditional battlefields, including the serious indirect effects and the use of force that cannot be evaluated previously. Brazil continues committed and following up the political agreement since 2022. We hope that these high-level events promote a balance of the implementation of the declaration and constitute an occasion for the presentation of good practices and practices for the compliance of humanitarian law and the flow of civilian rights, on the protection of the environment in the context of armed conflicts, and to establish direct links between the environment, climate change, and security. And I would like to explain why. It is not a position easy to understand because people think that Brazil is having a blockage posture in negotiations. No, but it's not that. What concerns us is an automatic link because it's obvious that the declaration of pollution and degradation of an area can be carried out or the result of armed conflicts and sometimes even deliberately by the conflicts. In Brazil, it is understood because climate change constitutes an additional vulnerability in the context of armed conflicts because the certification drought, lack of food can contribute to accent these problems. What we do not favor is what constitutes those phenomena that directly threat to peace and security. in the sense of the Church of the United Nations. This is why the position of Brazil is reiterated in favor of the discussion of a claim in the adequate forum, the SECC at the General Assembly and the CUSOC. The mandates are more appropriate to face challenges. The position of Brazil reflects our action at the OAS that has requested the position of the notes for the General Assembly that use language that is compatible, adopted in the primary forums on this topic. And to conclude, I would like to ensure that I would like to assure you that Brazil is committed to these processes to apply the principles of international humanitarian law and has surveilled the different elements and new circumstances for armed conflicts. The ecological development is one of them, and we trust that the objectives of humanitarian goals to protect non-combatants is a transversal nature, and this is why we will continue involved. And so these principles are the need to respond to new developments and new challenges that the reality imposes, and not to leave aside the principles of this right. And I want to finally say the pride and satisfaction that as Brazilians we feel for the humanitarian demining. The assets of our military forces have done this in Colombia through the Inter-American system and through international agreements. And I want to applaud this. And the board is going to be committed to keep the topics of human rights and the humanitarian international law effective and always at hand. And thank you all for your participation in this activity. And you will be the agents of diffusion of these very important topics. Thanks to you. Thanks to all of you and for the opportunity that you gave us today. Mr. Ambassador Belli, on behalf of the IADB and the audience that is following us this day, we thank you for your constant and valuable participation in the events of the IADB, especially for the brilliant class that you provided in this seminar. We're sure that the teachings transmitted and the respect to human rights and the efforts of Brazil will be useful in the development of our military actions and civilian actions as well. So this is how we conclude with the presentations on the Seminar on Human Rights and the Humanitarian International Law of the IADB. Edition 2, 2024. During this event, we've had the opportunity to experience the different realities of 6 important countries of Latin America and their efforts to integrate the principles and concepts and standards that regulate international law and human rights and inter-American humanitarian law, the institutional cultures and their armed forces. We thank very profoundly to the speakers that represented Brazil, Canada, Colombia, the United States of America, Peru, and Dominican Republic. Approaching with excellence this topic of the insertion of human rights and international humanitarian law in the culture of the armed forces, and preparing the troops for their application in military operations. We've also had the participation of the International Committee of the Red Cross, an institution fundamental for this topic, especially in areas of conflict. In this sense, we close this morning with the certainty that this seminar, the IADB has complied with the objectives of the OAS, among which we can highlight the leadership in the nations to promote the respect to humanitarian law and human rights in the armed forces and the hemispheric security forces. And beside this, we reinforce the invitation to member countries to share lessons learned and the application of these standards in the respective armed forces, promoting the dialogue and the healthy exchange of experiences on these topics. We hope to for you having reached your expectations. The indicators reflect the great interest of the civilian and military community on the quality of these conference members, allowing us to reach an impressive number of 14,000 people from 50 countries of the world. And finally, we inform that a certificate of participation will be sent through the email with a satisfaction survey. Please respond with your opinions and send them back so that we can activate and update our next events. And we will continue offering products of excellence in ally with our continuous commitment. We close the works of this morning with the words of General of the Mexican Army, Marco Antonio Alvarez Reyes, the chair of the Council of Delegates of the IADB. Distinguished participants, good afternoon to all of you. It is an honor for me to address you at this final moments of our seminar on human rights and international humanitarian law. During this morning, we have been witnesses of valuable presentations that have allowed us to reflect and learn of the experience of different countries in our hemisphere on how to carry out the teaching and learning processes and training and the transmission of knowledge on these topics in the education, specialization, and perfecting of at all levels of their hierarchical scales in the context of security and defense. All with the objective to prepare ourselves better for our different missions, respecting the standards of human rights and humanitarian law. On behalf of those that are members of the board and the Inter-American Defense College of Brigadier General Flavio Oliveira Pinto and General Haycom and myself, I express my profound appreciation for Your Excellency, Ambassador Nibeli, Permanent Representative to the OAS, and the Ambassador Claudio Escobar Mejia, Permanent Representative of Guatemala to the OAS, and Dr. Muldroy Mondalis of the Royal Military College of St. Jean from Canada, and Dr. Fabian Esteban Jaramillo Vasquez of the General Commander of the Military Forces of Colombia, to Commander Delicia Cinnamon of the Marine of the U.S., and Mr. Commander Benjamin Carlos Enriquez Quinde of the Armed Forces of Peru, and Mr. Daniel Calderon Rodriguez of the Regional Delegation for Mexico, Central America, and the Red Cross, Lieutenant Rodrigo de Souza Alvarez from the Army of Brazil, Lieutenant Colonel Vargas from the Armed Forces of the Dominican Republic. All of them are speakers that have shared their experience and knowledge, and that give a place to the exchange of ideas, practices, and lessons to promote the culture and irrestricted defense of human rights and international humanitarian law. That no doubt will be of great use and relevance for our daily work, both at the different organizations and security institutions and police institutions and the armed forces of our hemisphere. Likewise, I express my sincere appreciation to all the organizers and collaborators that made possible this event, especially to Colonel Beckmore of the Brazilian Army, who performs as the delegate to the IADB and moderated this, and to the number of participants of this seminar that represent more than 14 nations. On the other hand, I want to say that the IADB, in compliance with the mandates from the OAS, will continue with its commitment and doubling efforts so that from a multilateral vision, we can continue promoting international cooperation through the dialogue and the exchange of lessons learned. All this with the purpose of overcoming common hemispheric challenges and to make a community that respects human rights of those that live in the American continent and our global environment. And finally, and with the satisfaction of the duty well done, I participate you that we have concluded the dialogues that will strengthen the respect to international law of human rights and international humanitarian law in the American continent and beyond the seas, that we refrain our commitment to promote and strengthen the trust and hemispheric security from this seat of the IADB. Good morning and thank you very much.